All right. Good morning. We are going to get started with an invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilman Larry McAtee. Please stand.
Father, we thank you that you are a sovereign God that's in control. Give us wisdom today as we face the challenges that you put before us. We pray that people will be collegial, they'll be creative, and that they'll put what's best for the city in front and their own desires after. We thank you for the way that you guide and protect us. Be with our mayor, give him wisdom in a special way, and be with the council that they might handle these issues in a way that's pleasing to you. For it's in Jesus' name I pray, amen. Face the flag, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I call this meeting of the City Council to order, and we'll start with item 3, Office of the Mayor. We have a few recognitions. We will start with our Teacher of the Month, and this is Cody Sievertson, who is January's Teacher of the Month from Putnam City Schools, as named by Rotary Club. And Cody, I'd love for you to maybe come to the podium while the clerk tells us a little bit more about you.
Whereas Cody Sievertson has been named Teacher of the Month for January 2021 by the Putnam City Public Schools and the Rotary Club of Oklahoma City. Whereas Cody received his bachelor's degree in secondary history education from Oklahoma City University. And whereas Cody consulted for the Oklahoma Alliance for Geography Education and conferred on the Oklahoma Geography Standards Frameworks for the Oklahoma State Department of Education. Whereas Cody has taught social studies at Cooper Middle School since 2016, serves as the department chair for social studies, and has served as the head wrestling coach at 2 middle schools. Cody is a member of the Putnam City Association of Classroom Teachers and serves as the treasurer for that organization. Whereas Cody was named a top 5 excellent educator in Putnam City Schools, and whereas Cody came to teaching because of strong mentors and a desire to influence students to change the world around them and ensure their voices are heard. Whereas Cody spends his free time with his wife and 3-month-old baby girl, Stevie, and their 2 dogs. Now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and council of the city of Oklahoma City that they do hereby recognize and commend Cody Sievertson on his selection as the January 2021 Teacher of the Month by the Putnam City Public Schools and Rotary Club of Oklahoma City.
Very good. Now that's a resolution, so why don't we go ahead and adopt it? Do we have a motion and a second? Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Mayor, I'm going to have to give a verbal vote.
Oh, okay. All morning or just for now?
Well, until we can get to
Okay. All right. How would you like to vote?
Yes.
All right. Councilman Greenwell is a yes. All right. Passes unanimously. Cody, you're watching the board. Don't worry. It wasn't a nail biter. Thank you so much for your service. We appreciate what you do for our kids. Would you like to say a few words?
Guys, I'm so thankful for being honored as January Teacher of the Month. During this year, I couldn't be more proud to work for both a school and a district that's come alongside both us as staff and just surrounded our students with love, because it is a fearful time. And the uncertainty of shifting from virtual teaching to AB has been extremely difficult, but being surrounded by a great group of staff and an incredible district, and then my amazing wife, I am just thankful. So thank you.
Great. Let's thank Cody for his service.
Mayor,
Yes.
Cody, before you say it, may I ask you a question?
Of course.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Yes, James.
Hi, Cody. I misled you. There are two questions.
Sure.
Heinz, thank you for that. One, what, from the city at this moment, both its leaders, our parents, neighbors, what can we be doing for teachers during this difficult time, and especially as we start moving into this new semester and the next academic year?
I think one of the biggest things would just be a united message as far as kind of two things. Really, expectations for schools. I think during this time of uncertainty, there is kind of a divided message of, do we get all the kids rushed into the building? You know, do we keep them all home working virtually? And so I think first and foremost, just a united message, because there is a lot of confusion as far as what expectations should be. I know that a lot of districts across the state have been kind of uncertain as far as what direction they should take, and it's clear from, you know, the shifting back and forth. So I think a united message first and foremost.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
And when I was knocking doors and I met you, I just want to make sure my memory is correct here. You were on your porch, it was raining, and what were you doing? I just love this memory, if I'm correct.
I was planning and grading papers.
That's our teachers, everybody, and Cody is just an exemplary example of that. So thank you for your work, and thank you, Lauren, as well.
Thanks, James.
All right, thank you. Okay, we're going to move to 3B. This is a resolution of commendation for our 2020 South Oklahoma City Kiwanis Club Employee of the Year, Captain Frank Barnes. Frank, if you wouldn't mind making your way to the podium. We're going to learn a little bit more about you. In reality, I think everybody up here knows everything we're about to hear, but we want to make sure everyone else knows about your service as well. If the clerk would read.
Whereas Captain Frank Barnes has been a city employee for 21 years and is the emergency manager for the city of Oklahoma City. Whereas Captain Barnes leads the Office of Emergency Management and is responsible for the city's comprehensive emergency management program, which includes preparedness, prevention, protection, mitigation, response, and recovery. Whereas Captain Barnes oversees and implements the city's hazard mitigation plan to protect public health and safety, minimize property damage, maintain the capacity of the natural environment, and promote community preparedness for natural disasters. Whereas Captain Barnes writes and updates the 264-page emergency operations plan that is used as a framework for the citywide coordination of emergency and disaster organizations by identifying roles and responsibilities of city departments, nonprofits, and private sector stakeholders. Whereas Captain Barnes makes himself available 24/7 to lead coordinated responses to events like tornadoes, flooding, earthquakes, fires, plane crashes, snowstorms, large special events, and pandemics. Whereas Captain Barnes has led the multi-agency coordination center during the COVID-19 pandemic, gathering, analyzing, and distributing critical information to city leaders and creating a medical monitoring unit and vaccine pod program that is successfully mitigating the effect of COVID-19 on the city's workforce. Whereas Captain Barnes has skillfully led the city through countless trainings and disasters throughout his career. Whereas this council desires to recognize Captain Frank Barnes for his dedication, professionalism, and commitment to the residents of the city of Oklahoma City. Now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and council of the city of Oklahoma City that they do hereby thank and commend Captain Frank Barnes, 2021 South Oklahoma City Kiwanis Club Employee of the Year.
All right, and that's the resolution, so let's take a motion and a second on that. Got a motion and a second. Councilman Greenwell, how do you wish to vote?
Yes.
All right, everyone else cast your votes electronically. Passes unanimously. Captain Barnes, obviously you were also Employee of the Month. You made it through the gauntlet to Employee of the Year, and of course, it is well earned in any year, but especially this one. We'd love to hear a few thoughts from you.
I'm humbled to receive this award. It's a great honor. And I want to thank you for the recognition and this award. General Stanley McChrystal, in his book on leaders, talks in the preface about how there's a lot of focus on the leader and not the people that surround them or the environment they work in. And I really think that this award is more about the people that I work with who've made our efforts since the start of the pandemic successful. Brian Taylor, my Deputy Emergency Management Director, who has been a steady rock and has done whatever needed to be done, not only to address issues with the pandemic, but our day-to-day work and missions. He's been invaluable. Sharon Ray, my Emergency Management Coordinator, who keeps the ship afloat, so to speak, takes care of a lot of tasks so that we can focus on the pandemic. Maria Chiaveri, my Public Information and Marketing Coordinator, who's continued to put out preparedness information throughout this event to keep people aware of the natural hazards we still have to pay attention to, as well as the pandemic. The support of my liaison, Scott Grebs from the Fire Department, Mike Love Jr. from Public Works, and we have some other folks who've come to help us during this event. Kim Holmes, who you're going to recognize here shortly, has been an integral part of our medical monitoring unit, has been an invaluable part of that. Amy Hansen, who's been helping us out the last several months in the medical monitoring unit. I want to point out Molly Rainey. Many of you have seen the situation report, and I make reference to Molly. That's Molly. And she's the person who does all of that data, gathers it, analyzes it, and puts that together every day. And she's done it diligently, and she's done it under some adverse conditions as well. Ryan Baker from the Planning Department, who puts together our weekly data report. He faithfully puts that together, and whenever I need additional research or something done, he's always there for me. Ryan Woodard from the Fire Department, he was part of our medical monitoring unit, and he's come in several times to help us out when we needed the extra help. And then early on in the pandemic, we had Tony Stacy from the Police Department, Tina Turner from the Police Department, Lieutenant Ron Northcutt, and Lieutenant Jason Knight, who helped us out in those early months of the pandemic. I want to thank them for their help. It's also important to recognize the environment I work in. I can't succeed without the support of the city manager, the assistant city managers, Chief Gorley, Deputy Chief Jennings, Major Stewart, and also the support we've gotten from the fire department, from Chief Kelly, and especially from Chief Mike Walker. All that support has been invaluable. We couldn't have done what we did without it. And lastly, and not least, I want to recognize my wife, Jolene, who's in the audience. She is my rock. She's the one who keeps me centered, and she's the one who makes it possible for me to do what I do. So again, thank you for the award and the recognition.
Mayor,
Yes.
may I again?
Uh-huh.
For anyone who's watching this live or anyone who comes back to watch this later, please consider rewinding Frank's words and hear that list of folk who worked with him. I did not know much about, if anything, about Frank and his team until we found ourselves in the middle of this pandemic. And they are the rock in this city. They really are. And so go back, hear those names again, hear what they did. And I'm just, I am in awe. This is government. Frank, you and your team are government. The names you just listed, that is government. It's not abstract. And I'm just, woo, I've learned so much from you, and I'm so thankful you're in our city. So Much deserved.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Captain Barnes, for your service. Item 3C is a resolution of commendation for the 2020 South Oklahoma City Kiwanis Club Firefighters of the Year, Lieutenant Delana Fauser and Sergeant Ryan Mackey. If they could make their way to the podium, we will ask the clerk to tell us. Oh, recently promote.
Now lieutenant.
Isn't that what I
They're
said?
both lieutenants.
Ryan was promoted.
Yes, Brian.
Got it. Okay, both lieutenants. Congratulations. All right, clerk will now read.
Whereas Lieutenant Delana Fauser and Lieutenant Ryan Mackey are officers of the Oklahoma City Fire Department. Whereas Lieutenant Fauser has been a city employee for 21 years and works in the Fire Operation EMS Division, and Lieutenant Mackey has been a city employee for 8 years and works in the Fire Operations Suppression Division. Whereas the lieutenants provide training and activity reports required by the fire department, medical director, and the state health department. The lieutenants serve as liaisons between the fire department and the medical community, as well as manage EMS equipment and supply inventory. The lieutenants, since the beginning of the pandemic, have dedicated themselves to the intelligence of testing and best COVID-19 processes for the fire department personnel. Whereas they streamlined the COVID-19 testing process to not only include fire and police, but all city employees and their household members. Whereas the lieutenants have shown extreme dedication in the medical unit testing section by securing accurate and rapid COVID tests while ensuring the safety and well-being of city employees and their families. Whereas this council desires to recognize Lieutenant Fauser and Lieutenant Mackey for their dedication, professionalism, and commitment to the residents of the city of Oklahoma City. Now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and council of the city of Oklahoma City that they do hereby thank and commend co-honorees Lieutenant Delana Fauser and Lieutenant Ryan Mackey, 2020 South Oklahoma City Kiwanis Club Firefighters of the Year.
All right, yeah. Okay, this is a resolution. Is there a motion and a second? Got a motion and a second. Councilman Greenwell, how do you wish to vote?
Yes, please.
All right, everyone else cast your votes electronically. Passes unanimously. We're so grateful for your service, especially, obviously, the type of service you provided this year. We'd love for you to say a few words. Doesn't have to be many.
Well, we're both just very privileged, I think, to be in this situation. It's a tremendous honor to be here. We're just grateful for our command staff that allowed us to kind of take this and run with it and kind of just implement something that we never thought we would be doing as a fire department. And I think that it just speaks volumes to what we're doing and what the department is like looking forward like in our future. It's just a constantly growing service that we provide, and this is just another way. And it's an honor to be here, and it's kind of just unreal to think that that's what it would be being recognized for is setting up a testing center for the fire department. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I just wanted to piggyback off of that. It's a great honor to serve the citizens of this great city, and I'm honored to be able to provide a service for each and every city employee and their families now to provide accurate testing and get the results out quickly. Unfortunately, I wish it wasn't like this, but this is where we're at, and just honored that I was able to step up and provide the service for each and every one of us, including many of you that I have seen through the testing line. So thank you very much for this honor.
Thank you. Thank you for your service to the people of Oklahoma City. We sure appreciate it. Let's hear it one more time. And finally, 3D, Resolution of Commendation for the 2020 South Oklahoma City Kiwanis Club Police Officer of the Year, Staff Sergeant Kim Holmes. And Sergeant, if you wouldn't mind making your way to the podium while the clerk tells us a little bit more about you.
Whereas Staff Sergeant Kim Holmes has been a city employee for 14 years and is a police officer in the airport's police unit. Whereas Staff Sergeant Holmes was assigned to the medical monitoring unit at the beginning of the pandemic due to her extensive medical background as an advanced practice registered nurse. Whereas Staff Sergeant Holmes worked tirelessly to ensure the workforce of the City of Oklahoma City remains healthy and able to continue performing their daily duties. Whereas Staff Sergeant Holmes continuously reviews documents being produced by the CDC to maintain up-to-date knowledge of the current guidance for exposure in the workplace. Staff Sergeant Holmes is one of only 2 medically trained city employees who screen employee reporting forms, provide guidance for exposure, and answer various questions from supervisors. Staff Sergeant Holmes is invaluable to the mission of the Medical Monitoring Unit to ensure the safety and health of the workforce. Whereas this council desires to recognize Staff Sergeant Kim Holmes for her dedication, professionalism, and commitment to the residents of the City of Oklahoma City. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of the City of Oklahoma City that they do hereby thank and commend Staff Sergeant Kim Holmes, 2020 Oklahoma City Kiwanis Club Police Officer of the Year.
All right. And that is a resolution, of course, so let us take a motion in a second. Got a motion in a second. Councilman Greenwell, how do you wish to vote? And everyone else, cast your votes electronically. Passes unanimously. Sergeant Holmes, thank you so much for your service, and we'd love to hear a few words.
Thank you. Obviously, very honored like everyone else. But the crowd here today, it's a team sport. We've all been thrown into this. We've done our best. We're going to continue to do our best. But it's Frank's list, Captain Barnes' list, all the way down, support of the chief and the DCs. It's taken us all. And we'll keep doing it.
We know you will. Thank you so much. Let's hear it for Sergeant.
Mayor, if I could, I would just like to recognize, share my appreciation also for all of those that are honored today. I know Frank mentioned so many names, and it's really an amazing thing with emergency management and response like this, that this is kind of the nature of it, that it takes on. It's not like just one big set staff. It's everyone coming together and working together, and I appreciate Frank's leadership, and he just through so many disasters that he's led us in, that I appreciate that, but just the way all these other employees have come together, and those that are recognized today, there's so many more beyond that have worked together in response to something that none of us have ever seen before to really do a great job. And so I just want to express my personal appreciation to them and to all the others that they represent who've worked just as hard as well and provided as much leadership. So thank all of you.
All right, indeed. Thank you all for your service. This was an inspiring morning to be reminded of the amazing city employees that we have. So thank you so much. Finally, under Office of the Mayor, we have item 3E, which is an appointment of Tommy Willis to serve as a member of the Board of Appeals Building Code. Got a motion and a second. Councilman Greenwell, how do you wish to vote?
Yes, please.
Everyone else, please cast your votes electronically. Passes unanimously. Item 4, Journal of Council Proceedings. We have items A and B we could take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Councilman Greenwell, how do you wish to vote?
Yes, please.
Everyone else, please cast your votes electronically. Who has not voted? Okay, there we go. Passes unanimously. Item 5, request for uncontested continuances. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, sir. So we've got several items on today. I want to mention that the first item is on page 2 is item PPA-C. This is the settlement agreement with ASM Global and with the Thunder with PBC, Professional Basketball Corporation, and that we need to make some adjustments to this agreement. So it appears on the PPA agenda. So we're going to defer this item to February the 2nd so that we can step back and make some adjustments to this. That same item appears on concurrence docket on item 8F on page 7, 8F. So both of those items will be deferred to February 2nd. Then on page 8, item 9F1, dilapidated structures. All of these items will be stricken from the agenda. Item I, 8100 Northeast 139th Street, the owner has removed. And then that was all under dilapidated. On page 8, also 9G1, unsecured structures. These items are all stricken from the agenda. Item A, 3215 North Blackwelder Avenue. The owner has secured. Item F, 3820 Putnam Heights Boulevard. The owner has secured. Item G, 5613 North Ross Avenue. The owner has secured. Item K, 1540 Northwest 2nd Street. The owner has secured. Item M, 1136 Northwest 11th Street. The owner has secured. Item N, 2432 Northwest 13th Street. The owner has secured. Item O, 2844 Northwest 13th Street. The owner has secured. Item S, 1614 Northeast 33rd Street to re-notify. Item U, 2608 Northwest 37th Street to re-notify for additional structures. On page 9, item 9H1, abandoned buildings. All of these items will be stricken from the agenda. Item D, 3820 Putnam Heights Boulevard. The owner has secured. Item E, 5613 North Ross Avenue. The owner has secured. Item I, 2432 Northwest 13th Street. The owner has secured. Item J, 2844 Northwest 13th Street. The owner has secured. Item N, 1614 Northeast 33rd Street to re-notify. Item P, 2608 Northwest 37th Street to re-notify for additional structures. And that's all the items I have.
All right. Thank you very much. Item 6 is revocable permits. There are none today, so we will recess the council meeting. Convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority, where we have items A through D we could take with one motion. Got a motion and a second, and are you good to go? Okay, all right. So cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OCMFA and convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority, where we have items A, B, D, and E still remaining, and we could take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OCPPA, convene as the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust, where we only have item A, claims and payroll, but we can take that. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust and reconvene as the City Council. We're on the bottom of page 2, but as has been our custom, when we have a mask ordinance extension on the agenda, we generally pull that up so that our public health officials can get back to the most important work they have. And so I would like to bring up to the beginning of this part of the agenda, item 10B. This is an ordinance to be introduced and adopted with an emergency, amending Chapter 23 entitled Health and Sanitation, etc. Councilman Stonecipher, I'll turn it over to you, but I will point out that Phil Maytubby is here, and it may be appropriate to start off with a little bit of a state of the virus update.
Sure, great.
All right. Mr. Phil Maytubby from the Oklahoma City County Health Department.
I think Boyd's going to help run my slides, but I think all of you watch the numbers every day. You know, we're just not in a good spot. I don't know that I need to belabor that a lot. Our case rates they're at such a level. If we had seen these back in July, we would have panicked. I mean, we are better suited to take care of it now, but the mask ordinance is imperative. There are huge differences in the areas with mask and those without mask. So the slide that's up there right now, this is just kind of our recent numbers. Our hospitalizations are at 533. For the metro, it's at 617. Intensive care, we stay right there on the fringe of level 3 and level 4 all the time. I think the last time I looked, we were at 38-something%. 40% takes us into that phase 4, which means they start canceling elective surgeries. So, or actually not even elective, just sometimes needed surgeries. So I don't know how many things I need to tell you that we're not in a good space and that we need to continue the mask ordinance at this point. Hopefully the vaccine uptake sometime soon will affect the way that we are assessing these things. Right now, we're still trying to figure out how that is going to affect our numbers. I know when we first started this, we were at trying to hit 5% positivity. We're about 30. We were trying to keep our case rates very low. We're on a very high plateau, and we've been there since Christmas. So hopefully those numbers will start tailing down very quickly. Go ahead, Boyd. Those are just specificity. Go back to one of the other PDFs there, Boyd. So these are our current numbers for Oklahoma County. So far, we've had 67,165 cases and 485 deaths. In Oklahoma, those confirmed cases, 344, 506. And actually, that number's already changed. That's going to be really close to 3,000 now on the deaths. So, you know, the whole U.S. is struggling with this. Some places are doing better than others. Luckily, we're not California, but we could be. We need to keep the mask ordinance in place. I'll entertain questions.
Any questions for Phil? Go ahead.
I'm supportive of extending the mask ordinance, but I do have two questions, or two comments and a question.
Yes, sir.
One, a few weeks ago, I read an article with respect to the State Department of Health. And in that article, I got the impression that they were saying that the accuracy or the ability to do tracing had gotten to the point where they were telling people to perform your own tracing, basically, that they were no longer effective in that regard. And then secondly, within the past week, this was an interview with a doctor, and he said that they couldn't identify specific areas where people were contracting the virus, and he indicated that it was mainly just from family members, you know, as they came into contact with each other. So can you provide us with any perspective in terms of where you think the transmission of the virus is occurring from, and then how effective, or is there a decline in effort to do tracing at this point?
Okay, let me start with your first question, and that was related to a Health Alert Network message that was sent out by Oklahoma State Department of Health to all medical providers. What that message was intended to be was, do not wait on the health department to contact your people. If they have tested and they are positive, they need to go ahead and do self-imposed quarantine and isolation. That was the whole point of that. It wasn't that you're not going to be traced. It's that sometimes the reporting is delayed. So don't wait for that absolute. If you know you got a positive test, you know what to do. And the physicians at that point were providing that information to the people that had tested positive. So as far as the tracing, our system for tracing is a little bit different in Oklahoma County than the states. We primarily use case investigators, not contact tracers. We do have some tracers, but primarily we have investigators. We also have technological capabilities that we can use through Qualtrics, where we can survey and deal with some of our older cases electronically. And we have moved to a priority-based tracing system now. It is in hand. We are doing it, and that's where we are really putting our emphasis on the cases that have occurred in the last 8 days. That's where you're going to get your impact from contact tracing and investigation. So that's the answer to those questions. And then as far as the locations where people can get it, this again is a very different virus. It's ubiquitous in the community. It's not like working a foodborne illness where you can say, well, somebody ate at XYZ place Now we can trace that back to the food and to the person, and we can confirm it. Because it is so ubiquitous, it's hard to actually pin it down exactly. But we have good ideas, and it's based on probability, based on the amount of time that you spent in a specific place. I can give you an example. Most of our age groups that are affected now, that's our 18 to 35 and the next group up to 50. The reason that group is the highest affected is because they spend 8 hours a day either going to school or working. And that does show up in our contact tracing. So there are better probabilities. As far as absolute proof, no, it's just not going to exist. But we do have really good ideas of where it's coming from, and that's the reason that we put these implementations in place, specifically the mask ordinance, and then some of the messaging that we do in collaboration with the city through the holidays to try to encourage people, if you know you're going to get together, make sure you wear a mask, and to try to keep your distance and wash your hands. Is that all you need?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions for Phil?
Yes, sir.
No receiver.
My initiative, that I have voted against it because of the mandatory aspect to it. I'm still against the mandatory aspect to it, but I would report that I've had both of the inoculations and the testing, and it's extremely well done, and I encourage you to do it, but I encourage not mandatory, but voluntary adherence to it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So I'm hearing that our exception that allows for office workers essentially to not be part of the mandate is probably contributing a little bit to the spread of folks that are in offices, maybe not wearing masks in close proximity with one another for 8 hours?
Well, potentially, and I'll tell you why. I mean, it's inherent upon the business itself to enforce the applicability of what is done within the business. So, in a normal workplace situation where you have an office and you have the ability to shut your door and exclude yourself from other people, that makes sense. But when you're in more of like a cubicle type situation and things like that, the adherence has to be very different. So those are the type of things that we're seeing. And then workplace exposures are one of our top items now. So.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. Okay, I'm sorry. I have a couple of questions. I know as we're looking at vaccinations, where are we currently as far as our senior nursing homes are concerned? Because I do understand there's still an increase in numbers in those places, and they're especially in some of the places where I serve, I know they're becoming more hot spots than ever. So where are we with that?
Well, I have some good news. Most of the people that don't survive this are over 75. And most of those are not long-term care centers anymore. It's general population now. So, when we see, like if there's a run of deaths, like 10, maybe 1, sometimes none are from long-term care centers. So that's part of the National Pharmacy Program that was run through the federal government to make sure that the long-term care centers, assisted livings, and those things get vaccinated as quickly as they can. I will tell you, they're probably not entirely up to speed right now. Most of our facilities are probably done at this point, at least our long-term care centers. But we'll be working on, or we're also still working on assisted livings, and then the other facilities that are adjoining to those.
Then if you don't mind, I'll be reaching out to you this afternoon because I do have a concern about a particular nursing home that's in our community with increased numbers.
Okay.
If you can help me with that. And then as we look at this mask mandate and obviously other counties, and I know that's going to be the issue as we look at Oklahoma County and also possibly like Cleveland County, which is next to us. And our community travels to those particular areas. The question was asked to me, and maybe you can help me with the answer. If particular schools or gyms, or if they are operational for games, are they in some aspects considered a business when they are opening for those particular tournaments or games? How is that categorized, and what are we looking at as far as if they have a mask mandate in effect for that county for people to adhere to that particular policy?
I think at this point, if you're talking about specifically school-based events, that still falls under the school-based issues that we deal with. If it's a private business, it would fall under the business. You're correct. So one thing to point out, do you guys get Frank's situation report? If you'll look at the zip codes that we talk about, I mean, some of the highest areas we have that they do not have mask mandates, like Broken Arrow, and then more, I mean, that 73160 zip code. So big difference.
Well, while we're on the subject, I'll make this public. I wanted to commend Superintendent Cecilia Robinson Woods for the initiative in saying we will not, as far as the young people were concerned, for a tournament that did happen in Cleveland County. Unfortunately, the ask was, if you don't like it, you can leave. And she said, we will. So I think that's the initiative. I don't think, that is the initiative we have to take, especially in our vulnerable communities, to ensure that there is safety when you see folks that are not adhering to these types of mandates or mask ordinances, or just caring for one another. When you have super spreader events such as that, or just in general gathering, when you know there's a few people with a mask and everyone else is just enjoying the leisure of talking among themselves. And as I've said before, the names are getting closer to us if they hadn't before. And I think that's the most scary part of what we are experiencing, and especially as it pertains to our Black and brown communities. And I think that's the most important thing that terrifies me, is we've been talking about this since last year, and we hadn't been at the rate we were as far as other cities, major cities with minority populations, but now we are. And it's important, and we have to continue to work together to ensure that we're taking care of one another. And I think even with your previous comment of now it's 75 and up, that's even more unfortunate, because our seniors should be able to enjoy their sunset and not have to worry about a virus. They should be able to just live. And we just had one young lady that passed away. I think she was 73 or 74. And we're building this senior wellness center. She can't get to enjoy it. So those are the things I think about as we continue to work through this process. So I said all that to say, I'm very supportive of this continuation, and I will love to continue to work with you all to understand how we can better serve those hotspot areas in order for us to get those numbers down. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And yes, we will be in touch. We're already planning some things as far as vaccination clinics.
Excuse me, may I ask one more question?
Yes, sir.
Are there, I've heard different types of information concerning the vaccine, and I know the emphasis right now is that first vaccine. But for those who have obtained the first vaccine, is there effort being made to ensure that when their due date, whether it's 21 days with Pfizer or 28 days with Moderna, will be available for them to take during that window?
Yes, sir. I'll just tell you the general rule of thumb is wherever you got your first vaccination is where you're going to get your second. Because once we give the first dose, there's an allocation for the second dose that comes following that.
I see. Okay, thank you.
I just have a follow-up question to that. Is there some kind of a notification process for that? Because I've talked to some people that, they went into the portal, they got their first dose, and they can't even get it back into the portal to try and schedule the second dose. So is there some kind of notification thing that triggers back to them?
That is under repair by the State Department of Health. I will tell you, it's confusing and it is very difficult to get in. We're going to do whatever we can here in Oklahoma City to ensure that our folks have access to and can get their second dose of vaccine. You know, hopefully we'll have another vaccine in play here relatively soon so that we can get our volumes up. Right, I'll just tell you guys, I'm so proud of Oklahoma City. We have such a good community here. Everybody's on board. Everybody's all in. We could distribute 4 to 5 times the amount of vaccine that we have now. We just need the vaccine. And we have initiated with our congressional delegation, CDC, HHS, everybody we can. Hopefully we'll see some changes coming up within the next week.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. First, would you mind addressing, I read an article that talked about the specificity of how the droplets are more likely, in fact, through the nose versus the mouth. Have you been reading about this, and would you mind addressing that? That was brand new information to me about a week or two ago.
Are you talking about the new variant? So
not just the new variant, but they were talking about the biology of the nose versus the biology of the mouth. And again, I'm a film studies, English, poli-sci, philosophy person. So the medical side of my brain, it's when I'm reading stuff. So I'm going to turn that over to you.
Sure. So in simple, most of the receptors, the majority of the receptors to receive the vaccine, you know how that works. The protein has this little spikes. Those spikes adhere to different tissues within your body. A lot of those receptors are in the nose. So this is why we're always talking, don't wear this as a chin strap, put it over your nose, because that's where you're going to most likely get an infection from. And the new variant that's been in South Africa and in England, that specifically works in that region of the nose. You may produce more mucus. It's more easily transmitted because you're able to expel more virus because you have more virus load in your nose.
Thank you for that clarification. Would you mind walking us through, and I know this might sound old hat, but I don't take for granted that everyone has heard this, but could you, a lot of issues around the state portal that they created. Could you walk us through a couple things? One, if I were 65 or older right now, walk me through that process. What do I need to be doing to secure an appointment now that is eligible? And I have a couple follow-ups to that, but I want to make sure from council that someone tuning in might hear that. What do they need to do?
So I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you very well.
Oh, did my mic go off? Oh, yes. The state portal, could you walk our seniors through what they would need to do to secure an appointment right now? And then I'll have a follow-up related to your question about why we're experiencing some of the shortages in appointments.
Sure. So right now, yes, there are a lot of people that don't have technology. There are a lot of people that get confused easily and they need help. So right now, they're advised to call 211.
Okay.
A lot of times what 211 does is if you're from, say, Oklahoma County, you're sent over to our health department. We get on average about between 300 and 400 calls per day trying to offer assistance to get people in, like get their forms filled out and to get them into the portal. So that's basically what's going on right now. And, you know, we'll continue to try to make that as good a process as we can. We do realize a lot of people don't have phones, smartphones, and they don't have technology, so we'll continue to make that better.
Something I heard from my mother, which was confusing via text until I saw it again on my social media newsfeed. So for someone who has gone to the portal, they have signed up for an appointment, they're 65 and older, and they're told that they're eligible right now because of the phase we're in, but there are no appointments. What advice do we give them at this point in terms of monitoring when appointments become available? Because what should that process look like as opposed to a senior just kind of playing whack-a-mole of going, well, maybe I'll go on there on Monday or I go on there on this day. What can they be doing to best manage their health right now?
Okay, so a lot of that unpredictability right now is related specifically to vaccine supply. We usually only know a few days in advance how much vaccine we're going to have. That's why those locations are not loaded onto the portal. Now, as soon as we have those confirmed, they will go onto the portal. I will tell you, they fill up very quickly. So, I mean, the last time we did almost 4,000 last week in one day, and it filled up in 30 minutes. So it's just be patient, continue to check back, especially if you're in phase right now. Like, there's a lot of people that are signed up right now that are probably just general. I mean, they're going to be phase 4.
Mm-hmm.
They don't need to be as concerned with the timeliness as the people that are over 65 or the healthcare workers or the first responders. So.
Okay. And so do they keep checking the email that they initially received, or are they going back to the state portal?
Go to the portal.
Okay, just keep checking that. Just wanted to make that clarification. I kept seeing that question kind of show up, like I said, from my mother, who's 76, and from just folk on my social media feed. Okay. Related to that vaccine in terms of supply and demand, it's my understanding you all had requested, thousands more vaccine doses for this week versus just the thousands less we received from the outgoing presidential administration. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Last week we requested 25,000 doses. We got 6.
What, 6?
6,000.
6,000 versus 25,000 you requested.
But, I mean, it's not our state. Our state's whole allocation that week was 33,000. So this has got to be fixed at the upper end.
I just really want to make sure that everyone heard that it starts at the top.
We know what we're doing. We're very, very good at this. We just need the vaccine to get it done.
And then how are you all doing? This was a question, every Friday, several of us, I've seen Todd on there, I've seen Councilman Stone, Councilwoman Hammond, and Councilwoman Nice. I've seen them almost weekly on the calls that we do with Metro elected officials and with OKC County health officials, and I've asked about the supply question. How are you all doing currently with supplies as it relates to administering the vaccine? Are we still experiencing a lack in some of those supplies? And if so, what supplies are we experiencing the lack so that that's out there so that we know what we need?
So supplies we're actually pretty good at right now. I mean, we have, we've made sure we have good supplies of gloves and masks and things of that nature. Most of the actual vaccine supplies come in what's called an ancillary kit that is also shipped with the vaccine. So we usually have enough syringes and cotton swabs and Band-Aids and things like that. So we're doing okay.
Okay, that's wonderful to hear. And then in terms of an infrastructure for administering the vaccine, I was reading an article from the PBS NewsHour, and it was an interview with, what is this fellow's name? Excuse me. Dr. Peter Hotez, who's the co-director for the Center of Vaccine Development at Texas Children's Hospital, and also the dean of the National School of Tropical Medicine at Baylor College of Medicine. And he was just concerned that while you all at the county level, you all seem to have this good infrastructure, but he says we need this just much bigger national infrastructure than what we have right now in terms of administering the vaccine. So my question to you is, if you and your team had a magic wand right now in terms of creating that infrastructure to administer the vaccine, particularly to our 65 plus K through 12 teachers, and then so on and so forth, what would that look like?
So just to address your concern, everybody's heard of all the things the feds want to do as far as federalizing the response. The biggest thing we need is regularity of supply. All the things that have been mentioned, using the Guard, using medical students, using pharmacy students, using nursing students, we're already doing that. Mm-hmm. We have all the components in place that they would put forward to us as far as to actually do the vaccine administration. We just need vaccine.
Thank you for walking me through those series of questions. Those are exactly the questions that I'm hearing from Ward 2 residents, and I really appreciate you taking time to walk us through them.
You're welcome.
Okay. Councilman, there are also 2 people who've signed up to speak. I don't know when you want to handle that, but I wanted you to know.
Let's go ahead and have the 2 people speak at this
Okay.
time. But before you sit down, Phil, I want to thank you for coming in and speaking to us today. I always find your presentations so helpful. They're understandable, they're concise, and they are really helpful for me getting a message out to others. And so if this extension is granted to March the 5th, I would please pray that you come back and see us before then so we can keep spreading your message.
Anytime.
Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Okay, we have Noah McGehee. Yes, please come to the podium, and if you wouldn't mind stating your name, address, and keep your remarks to 3 minutes or less.
Good morning. My name is Noah McGehee. My address is 10701 Longview Drive in Oklahoma City. I wanted to say thank you to the council for your tireless work. I know that it's often thankless, and to the mayor. I'm asking on behalf of other citizens in the city that you would not extend this ordinance, specifically the mask mandate. The ordinance has been effective in changing people's minds. You can see that if you go out on the street earlier this morning, people wore them even outside. The ordinance is effective in changing their minds. But the OKC Health Department doesn't have the capacity or the authority to enforce it. And it seems that the police departments in Oklahoma City don't have any willingness to enforce it either. However, the businesses do. They can refuse service to people that won't wear the masks. They can call the police department to ask them to be fined for trespassing. That has been effective, and that they already have that authority. This ordinance has nothing to do with a legal authority. It's a statement. It's persuasion by a paper tiger. And contrary to my fellow OU alum, Councilman Stonecipher, I don't believe that the council has the authority to make an ordinance like this, even if it has the capability. If I can quote him as having said, safety can trump individual liberty. Liberty infers that we need to be liberated from something, that we are protected from something. And unfortunately, sometimes that's from government, no matter how well-meaning that government is. I would like to use the term individual rights. And rights are there expressly for when the government believes there is an emergency or there is an emergency on the horizon. And to finish, I would like to say we can either believe in the power of a fatherly government, or we can believe in the individual right to choose what's best for ourselves and our family. And if we lose trust in the people of Oklahoma City to make their own decisions, I fear that they will lose trust in their own government. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Geisler? Yes. Please state your name, address, and keep your remarks to 3 minutes or less.
My name is Chris Geisler. My address is 624 Northwest 120th Street. Honorable representatives, I would like to pose a rhetorical question to you today in leading up to my comments concerning the mask mandate. Where does authority come from? From the people, from the state? We know that authority flows to people who take responsibility, and it's clear that you bear much responsibility, and we thank you for the work that you do. But where does it come from? Ultimately, authority comes from God, and there are limitations to that authority. You have taken a great deal of responsibility in caring for the people, but I wonder if a line hasn't been crossed. God has established 3 governments in the world: civil government, family government, and church government. These spheres are meant to have different roles. This is why Thomas Jefferson, famous letter concerning separation of church and state, he talks about the separation of their roles. It has historically and naturally been the role of the family to determine health choices for the family, not the civil government. To those who have voted no in the past, whatever your motives, I thank you for seeking to allow the people to make free choices. To those that have voted yes, I cannot presume to know your motives nor judge you for them, but I ask you to consider your motives on this. Personal fears, political expediency, and pressure from your ward does not allow you to remove unalienable rights that were self-evident to our founding fathers. Just because one group of people has opted to waive their rights does not mean that they can require another group to lay theirs down. Now, I wanted to add in here, as a survivor of COVID, I don't want to seem unfeeling. I have personal friends that have died from COVID, and the numbers look really bad. But numbers speak for themselves, and given the large population of Oklahoma City, the large population of Oklahoma, and the number of deaths and who it affects, I don't believe that this mask mandate should be required, particularly in requiring the businesses to commit suicide and enforcing this. They have the right to decline service if they choose to, but mandating that they do this, I think, is harmful to businesses. So lastly, I'd like to say, ask you to judge your motives on doing this. I know your job is hard and you hear from both sides, and so I'm not trying to judge you for that, but I would ask that this mask mandate not be extended. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Stonecipher?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. This ordinance is not only to be introduced today, but it's also to be adopted with an emergency. With that in mind, I requested the Municipal Counselor's Office draft this extension of the COVID-19 Safety Code, and specifically, I asked that it be extended to March the 5th, 2021. If there is no one else to speak, at this time, I would move the ordinance.
Got a motion and a second. This is a vote on the ordinance just itself. Requires simple majority. Cast your votes. Passes 6-3.
And having passed, Your Honor, now I would ask that we adopt the ordinance with an emergency, please.
We have a motion and a second on the emergency. This requires 7 votes. Cast your votes. Passes 7-2. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
All right, we will now return to the normal order of our printed agenda, which means that we are at the beginning now of the consent docket. Item 7, page 2 on your printed agenda, we have presentations for items E, J. We have an amendment to consider for item K. We have a presentation on Q, X, Y, Z, and that's it. Is there anything else that a council member would like to pull out for separate vote or separate discussion?
Yes. Sorry, I would just say really quick, I need to step out for item K
Okay.
as it pertains to my.
Got it. Okay.
Yes, I would just like discussion as far as item S, number 1, and also understanding and discussion of item AF, as in Frank.
Okay.
Mayor? Did I hear you correct? Well, I don't know if I heard you at all on this one. 7E, is someone going to do a presentation on that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then if someone, maybe Robbie could speak just to item H, what that process looks like for folk, just as a way to kind of educate folk who are still unfamiliar with the process of how to get involved with public art in our city.
Okay.
Jay is having a presentation, is that right? Is item J?
J has a presentation, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then item N, I'd like to hear a little bit more about that project, please. And I believe that is all. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, so item K, requiring a separate vote, has an amendment. We've got people who've signed up to speak. Why don't we start there, and then Councilwoman Hammond can leave the room for that. So this is a resolution approving allocation of CARES Act Emergency Solutions Grant, COVID-19 funds, and approving a grant agreement with Mental Health Association. Do we need is there anyone to kind of explain what this is first, maybe? Or?
Yeah, Susan Randall is here with Municipal Counselor's Office. There was an amendment to the amount in this agreement, and I'll let just Susan walk us through that.
Susan Randall with the Municipal Counselor's Office. I had conversations with the protesters, Eric Groves, over the weekend, and we've come up to 3 amendments that we've agreed to. The first one is an amendment to paragraph 2, and it should read, in the event either party to the agreement requests that it be renewed or extended, the city shall provide written notice to all owners of property within a 300-foot radius of the facility, and the date and time that said agreement will be heard before the city council. Paragraph 3, under funding, we amended to change the date to March 31st, 2021, so that it would be consistent with the special permit date. We also added the date of September 30th, 2021 for the claims for reimbursement to be submitted and accepted. And under paragraph 6, for subcontractors, we added just the language at the end, and in the manner as set forth in paragraph 3A, so that they would be paid the same as providers.
Okay.
Your Honor, would it be okay if I move to make those amendments at this?
Yes, can we do that with just one vote? Okay, yes, just,
Yeah, as Susan said, I'd move to amend as to paragraph 2, paragraph 3, and paragraph 6 of the agreement.
okay. All right, is there a second?
May I ask?
Yes.
Is there anyone from city staff working on this in addition to what we were just hearing there from the legal team? I just want to make sure that what I'm about to vote for in terms of the amendments are going to allow for people to receive the services.
Jared Shaden is here. And he can
Thank
speak to
you.
it.
I'm Jared Shade of the Planning Department, Homeless Services. We oversee homeless services for the city. Answer any questions you have, Councilman Cooper.
Thank you. I just would like to hear just from someone like yourself who's working to coordinate all these different services, A, during this pandemic, B, during the housing crisis our city has. Just wanted to hear how these amendments, if at all, are going to affect staff's ability to provide these services to folk.
They should not significantly affect the ability to provide services. I think it's the neighborhood wants to ensure the project is limited. I think that's the point mainly of the amendments. In fact, the second amendment, we probably may have just overlooked that when we put that in. March 31st was the intended date. The grant term for ESG is actually that 2-year time limit. That's why that was included. But the project end date was March 31st, so that should have just been included at the time. So it really doesn't, it should not significantly affect their ability to provide the work. And it will just indicate that the end date for the project is in fact March 31st.
And just for clarification, this September 31st date regarding the claims reimbursement, I'm not my world, so would you mind kind of explaining to me what that means?
No, after a project ends, they typically have, the services will stop on that date, and they usually don't invoice on that date. They'll have several months to be able to invoice for the services that were provided during that period, and September 31st would be the drop dead date for the ability for them to submit those invoices.
Thank you, Jared. I appreciate your clarifications, and thank you, Councilman, for letting me ask those as well.
Any other questions?
Okay. So we have amendments. Do we have a motion and a second?
I don't think we have a second yet.
Is there a second for the amendments? Second. Okay. Got a motion and a second on the amendments to item K. So cast your votes when you are able. Passes unanimously. Now we're back on the item. There is as amended, there's a citizen who signed up to speak, so maybe now's a good time to handle that. Dan Strong.
Dan Strong with the Homeless Alliance, 1724 Northwest 4th Street. Normally, it's such a pleasure to come talk to the council, but I'm going to make this really fast and yield the rest of my time. The winter shelter has been open for 4 nights. We've had 287 check-ins, averaging about 72 individuals per night. 140 unduplicated over the 4 nights, so 140 individuals. 13 were veterans, 13 are over 62. We had 2 families with 7 children. So just in 4 days, I think it's demonstrated the need for the winter shelter. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dan. Thanks for all you're doing.
Dan, may I ask just a quick follow-up question? I had a resident reach out to me concerned about the Housing First approach that we're taking, and they cited cities where they said that the approach wasn't as successful. Would you mind, if you know it off the top of your head, that would be helpful, but honestly, just sending an email to me. I'd like to know which cities. I started doing a Google search on my own, but I do know the limits of my expertise when it comes to this topic. So either right now and/or in an email, I'd love to know which cities have in fact done this from your and your team's understanding, so that I can communicate that back to this resident. My understanding is it's a best practice that has yielded all kinds of results, and that ultimately when it doesn't succeed, it's because the government administering the program has cut back the funding. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. But yeah, just a list of the cities that are doing it would be helpful. And if you don't know it right now, that's totally fine. It was kind of a pop quiz, I guess, but.
I'd be delighted.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Any other? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd move the amended item K.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Seeing no further discussion, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, we are now back on the rest of the consent docket. And we have a presentation, we'll take it in order. We have a presentation at item E.
Doug Cupper, our Parks and Recreation Director, will give a presentation on this. There's been some questions about this and just some amendments we're making based upon the needs that are there for clearing trees and dealing with some of the debris from the ice storm. So Doug.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Doug Cupper, Parks and Recreation Director, for the record. As Chris Browning has been before you a couple of times since the storm started, giving you updates on his cleanup and the amount of debris that has surprised us coming out of people's yards and things along those lines. If you imagine that the city's backyard and front yard is over 6,000 acres, and a lot of that is wooded acreage as well, you can imagine the amount of broken and hanging limbs that are still up in our tree canopy throughout the city system. When you're dealing with a living organism, it's kind of like going to the hospital and making sure that you have a surgeon qualified for helping you cure your illness or things along those lines. We want skilled tree surgeons working on our trees so that we don't exasperate the damage that has been done by Mother Nature by not making the right cuts or making bad cuts and ruining the trees even further than what they are. Obviously, also under FEMA laws and rules and regulations as it relates to getting reimbursement, we can also remove trees that have been 70% damaged by the storm. So taking the time and making sure that we properly evaluate the trees that are being cut so that we don't end up having to come back after the FEMA is all taken care of and removing a tree that should have been removed during the FEMA emergency. So all of these things have expanded our issues as it relates to what we originally contracted and the amount of debris that's still hanging in our trees. We also have quite an extensive median system, and some of the medians are quite old in the city. And those older medians have mature trees as well, and a lot of those were damaged, and they also have broken and hanging in their canopy as well. So we want to make sure that we're executing this work properly. We did underestimate because we really didn't know what kind of prices we were going to get in when we bid the project to start with. We've anticipated that we need this additional $1 million added to that broken and hanging contract so that we can make sure that our parks are safe for all users. be it over our hiking trails or just in the wooded areas where we get a lot of photographers photographing the fauna and flora and wildlife that we have in the system. We want to make sure we have a safe system. That's the basics for why we're asking for this large sum to be added to this contract. Be happy to answer any questions.
Yes. First, thank you for this report. And I know a couple weeks ago I had some concerns dealing with medians and parks, so thank you for even addressing those. Now my question is, what is the priority as far as those parks? And while the report that I was given, I understand those numbers, the parks that I've seen still needed to be addressed. So I guess that's where my concern was with where is the priority? Is it our outer parks or inner parks, or what are we looking at first?
Well, first and foremost, our priority is always where we have the largest congregation of park users. Playgrounds, skate parks, near tennis courts, places over the trail systems that we have throughout the system, whether it's a walking path in Earlywine Park or the mega trails that we have throughout the city, the Will Rogers Trail, the Hefner to Overhoser trails. Those areas where we have a large congregation of users is our number one priorities, and most of those have been dealt with to start with. But we needed this additional sum so that our contractors that are working for us right now could bring additional crews in to get into those neighborhood parks and start dealing with our medians as well. Again, it's a large task. Your Parks and Rec employees, the grounds maintenance employees, and our natural resources employees, they've been working since October when the storm hit, just dragging the debris that is on the ground out to the curb line so that Eric Winger's public works contractors can haul the debris away. Like I said, this is still, the majority of it is still up in the trees, and again, it's a risk job, and therefore it costs more money to have that work done because the climbing and things along those lines. But we will be attacking the parks, and then we will be working on the medians after we get the parks safe.
Okay, well, with your explanation of those particular parks, brings, I guess, my concern for parks that face our highways, because I think of Edwards Park, where you can see from the highway, and as of last week, still had not been addressed in the manner that it probably needed to be, as far as just ensuring that those trees or debris was brought to the curb line. So I guess that's where I've been asking and trying to get real knowledge and understanding of where the priorities would be, because as you talk about that, there's a trail there, there's a fishing area there, yet we're still waiting for some attention to that particular space.
Edwards is one of those unusual parks. From the distance from where some of the heavier damaged trees closer to I-35, taking it all the way to the east end of the park to get it to the road right-of-way. It either has to be hand-dragged or we have to handle it more than one time. Edwards is one of those large parks that has major issues on just trying to get to the debris and getting it to where it can be cleaned up. And that's why we need these additional dollars to work towards getting all the parks. You have 51 parks in your system, in your ward. We've managed to clean up 13 of them so far. We still have a lot of work to do in your ward.
Well, and I guess that adds to why I continue to ask the questions and panic, because I have 51 parks, and people call me about individual parks all the time in the areas that surround them, because as we all want beautification, it increases the morale of our communities when we at least see some attention being brought to these spaces, whether it be one limb being brought to the curb. It helps to increase just the outlook of how we as communities see how our city sees our priority for our communities. So I just want to make sure I mention that, because of the continuous calls and asks that I get about debris in particular areas surrounding those communities.
With 170 parks and over 6,000 acres, and approximately 67, 68 employees, we're working as quickly as we possibly can to get our city back in order. But again, it's a daunting task, as you can imagine. We're talking hundreds of thousands of tons that have been already removed from our own residential streets, and there's still lots of tonnage on in front of people's homes. My pile in front of my house is still 5 foot tall and 25 feet long that hasn't been picked up. So I understand, I relate. We just are asking for people's patience. We have had a lot of volunteers, a lot of neighborhood people have gone out and helped clean up get our medians picked up so that the public works contractors can clean it up. We've had parks that volunteers have gone in and helped drag the materials out to the edge of the parks. We're working, executing it, and we're working with volunteers any which way we can to get this taken care of as quickly as we can.
Similarly, I had sort of a similar line of questions. I was at South Rotary Park this weekend, and I didn't, like, pretty much every tree that had any kind of limbs falling were just still all on the ground where they had fallen. And a lot of them were similarly like across walking paths and things. And so one question is, do residents need to be putting that into the action center? I just don't, like, what is the process for which parks we know still need addressing, both in the specifics of just getting those things all dragged to a specific one location so they're not just kind of haphazardly throughout the park. And then two, I really enjoy, I don't know if that's the right word, appreciate the map that is on the website for the general residential limb pickup. And I'm curious if we could do something similar for our parks about where they are in the process. I know that might be a hard map to figure out, but because there are so many, but that way we can communicate to residents kind of where we are in the process, and it's just an easy way to see, okay, these parks are done and this still needs to happen in this park and that kind of thing.
As we, again, if the council shows the willingness to approve this $1 million shot in the arm, we'll endeavor to keep that map up to date so we know where the crews are being sent out, which parks are going to be dealt with in each ward as best we can.
And to her point, is there, you spoke about volunteers, so is there a way for people to communicate if they are in certain communities and want to just be assistant in that area, but still honor, as far as our trees are concerned, and understand that there's still even aspects to that process?
Yeah, we don't want them climbing up in the trees and dealing with the broken and hanging, but if they want to help get the limbs pulled out to the road right-of-way where the public works contractors can get to them, that would be a blessing. If they just took them to a central location within the park and stack them, that would be a blessing as well. And we would be happy to organize that or work with any volunteer group or neighborhood that wants to contact us.
Would you give that number for those who may be watching? Or a number that people may contact if there's something that their neighborhood association or just groups in general that want to volunteer their services want to do?
297-3882. 297-3882.
Doug, as far as your 68 employees are concerned, please express to them we understand the gravity and the magnitude of this problem, and we really appreciate all their hard work, and also tell the volunteers how much we appreciate their help. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Doug, just echoing what Councilman Stonecipher said in terms of gratitude to you and your staff. To follow up on a question I believe Councilwoman Hammond asked about what is the residents' role here in reporting, what they're seeing in terms of, limbs still there or overhanging.
Very good. I appreciate it. And I didn't answer the one question about calling the helpline. All these should be reported. The documentation and follow-up is very important, and I don't see any reason why it shouldn't be put into our call center to make sure that we're cognizant. you know, we have a lot of walkers in our parks. If there are tree limbs that are still blocking, and unfortunately the damage that was done in October, each time we get a blow like we had this past week with 50-mile-an-hour winds, that damage that was done is continuing to rain down the tree limbs from the storm that actually created the broken limbs back in October. So we will have to go back and clean some of those areas where the actual tree surgeons haven't been able to get in to work those parks. But any report, and if we can get assistance, we want people to be safe, but if they can manually move the limb off the walking paths where they're trying to get their exercise until we can get back there, clean it up, that would be appreciated as well.
Thank you.
Just one quick question. So authorizing this money, which I totally understand the need for it, how are we making sure that we aren't going to start spreading our contractors too thin? I mean, I understand and completely agree with the concern over the parks, but we've still got a ton of residents out there that haven't even seen a truck yet. So
Yeah, so
I'm
these
just
are
wanting to
different.
make sure we're not.
Yeah, these are different contractors that we're using right now, but I know they do use subs. This one is a little bit different because the haulers are really much more about just picking up debris, getting in the truck and taking it to the dump. With them, right now, what they're doing, expanding this contract, is really focusing on trimming the trees and doing that, so it's really a little bit different. But we do have that potential of the crossover of the subcontractors between Eric's contract and what Chris has going, and that's definitely a challenge to us, and they'll talk about that here in just a little bit on the update we have on those contracts.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Item H, Councilman Cooper.
Thank you. I was just wanting to hear from staff just a description of how residents who want to be involved in the public art process can do so, and specifically what we mean when we say request for qualifications at this particular stage. I did receive an email from Robbie Kinzel, and I wanted to say thank you for her taking time to type up that email. I was going to read it, but I thought it might have a bit more credibility from staff than it does for me to hear the process. So it looks like we have Jeff Butler with us.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff Butler, Planning Director. So as part of the major remodel. And this is just kind of a standard process where if somebody wants to be considered, they can certainly call Robbie Kinzel in the planning department, who is our arts coordinator, and they can help, she and her staff can help them through the process. But that involves getting registered on the bid sync and submitting the necessary materials for this specific proposal. That's kind of the process. There's a selection committee that will then go and look at that and select an artist, and then they'll kind of move forward from there. This is a $60,000 project. Any other questions I can help with?
Just the contact information, maybe for someone who's not already a part of our pre-qualified pool of artists. If someone is hearing this for the first time, they're an artist in the city, you mentioned reaching out to Robbie, what would be good contact information for them, email-wise, or however you all prefer?
Sure, yeah, so that would be Robbie Kinzel at okc.gov, and that's ROBBIE.KIENZLE. I don't have her phone number memorized, but that's her email address, and she can, so this would be open to anybody, so it's over 25,000, which means it's not part of the pre-qualified pool. So it's open to all comers, and they can submit, certainly give Robbie a call, and they can contact the planning department main number, and we'll get that phone call to Robbie, or they can email her, and she'd be happy to help them out.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate your walking us through the process.
No problem.
And again, thanks to Robbie as well for her recent email responding to my question.
All right. Item J, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, on item J, sorry. Item J, Eric is here just to give us an update. This is another amendment to the plan for the Better Streets funding.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We're going to pull up a presentation to help walk through this morning. My appreciation to Andrea Shelton and Public Works for getting us organized and putting together the slides so that we could walk through this. So this is just the next iteration of the Better Street, Safer City implementation plan. We're making continued progress. Public Works, Planning, and Parks are continuing to push those projects forward. And you recall that they're in generally 5 different categories. We have previously approved funding for each of those categories, and this is that current status through November. You'll see that we've made tremendous progress on the arterial and the residential resurfacing, and funding in those categories has been approved through 96% and 97% respectively. You'll see on the street enhancements, we've approved about 76% of the available funds, sidewalks 96%, trails 94%, and bicycle infrastructure at 65%. Again, on both street enhancements and bicycle, the reason we haven't really advanced the additional funding in those categories is we're still seeing a significant number of unknowns on those projects. They're new to Oklahoma City. We're finding some things in the field, and so we've just reserved a few of those dollars back just until we finish some of the previously approved projects before we consider new approvals. So again, this implementation plan update that's going to be for this month, and it was previously presented to the Better Streets Safer City Advisory Board, and so it's coming to the council recommended. It's going to affect budget amendments for resurfacing, sidewalks, and trails. And these are the projects that we have found that need these budget amendments. And so I'm going to walk through these individually, but this shows you we've got a residential resurfacing. We've got 4 sidewalk categories, and then 1 bike project needing an amendment. This very first one is part of an area bounded by I-44, 89th, South May, and 74th. It's a residential resurfacing that we found just a number of needed repairs in the neighborhood when the initial assessment was done. They're finding a lot more base failures and potholes that needed to be addressed before the resurfacing could be completed. And so this is a request to increase the funds to that project for a total amount of $2.5 million. Moving to the next one, we've got 4 sidewalk projects. This first one is a sidewalk that's located in the Harvest Hills Elementary, the first one is the Windsor Hills area. This is Northwest 30th from Windsor to Meridian. Increasing that sidewalk project. Again, the next series of sidewalks, each of those were running into issues with ADA accessibility. We're having to replace more driveways than we expected to make sure that they're passable and crossable. We also get to some of the intersections and find out that we need to do additional improvements that just weren't originally found on those original estimates. So there's 4 of these. This next one is the Ralph Downs Elementary School. The last 2 are also Harvest Hills. This is school sidewalks, and then E.W. Perry Park will be the final sidewalk project. Our last item that we're seeking an amendment on is for a bike lane project that's on Lottie Avenue. This generally extends from 4th Street to 23rd Street. Again, finding that we're just underestimated slightly the needs in that project area. Again, as we talk about just these different projects today, and we're talking about 5 total, we've approved hundreds of projects in Better Streets. And so to bring a few of those to you today, seeking to amend those contracts or amend those budgets, we'd like to move these projects forward. So with that, just the next installment of the amendment, we probably will have additional amendments this year. We continue to make great progress on most of the projects. You can expect to see as we're coming forward, preliminary reports on the street enhancement projects. You'll see some additional reporting on the future bike lane projects in 2021. But our goal is to have every project that's been approved under Better Streets, hopefully in construction by the end of the calendar year. So with that, I can answer any questions you might have.
Would you please send me a copy of this PowerPoint so I can drive by the locations and take a look at some of them, please?
I'll be happy to.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to item N. Councilman Cooper?
Yes, I was just looking to hear a little bit more about this particular project coming to Rear Rogers Park and why the project necessitated an increase in funding. Thank you.
Good morning again, Doug Cupper, Director of Parks and Recreation. The Will Rogers Tennis Center got a shot, I keep saying shot in the arm, better change my vernacular. Back in 2007 or prior to 2007, Will Rogers Tennis Center wanted to get some improvements. We wanted to do some improvements at the Will Rogers Tennis Center. And in 2007, the voters voted for those improvements, and the form of those improvements was indoor tennis courts. So 6 indoor tennis courts were created, and they were construction was started around 2014, 15, and were completed in 17. But as all things back in 2005 and 6, when the my predecessors and the city council that was seated then did their analysis and put the 2007 GO bond project together, those dollars were pretty well set. And when you fast forward 10 years and get to 14, 15, and finally start to execute, then unfortunately Ms. Nice is, where are these? Because there's a lot of Ward 7 projects that were initiated 10 years after the bond was approved. You don't end up with as much money as you thought you were going to do for those projects. So the courts were built, but there were new restrooms as part of that project with those indoor courts. You have to go back up to the original clubhouse building to get to the restrooms. So we put in the 2017 GO bond some additional funds to add basically a new clubhouse with restrooms and concessions and those sort of things for accommodating the new indoor courts as well as the outdoor courts functionality. And what we're doing now is the finalization of that $2 million plus improvements to those indoor courts in the shape of a clubhouse. Our partner group, Oklahoma City Public Tennis, LLC, they did fundraising both for the original 6 courts. They got quite a bit of money donated from the community, and they went and got an additional $400,000 added to this project to make sure that we could accomplish our goal set out with the additional funding. So with all projects, you get into a give and take. You end up with finding out where a doorway is, and it makes more sense to add a sidewalk here, things along those lines. We originally were going to tie into the air conditioning system for the indoor courts, but it made more economic sense and a more efficient heating and cooling of the clubhouse was found by creating an independent. So the contractor gave us $1,000 back for not tying into the indoor tennis system to put in a new system. We used that $1,000 to add a sidewalk to make it more accessible from the outdoor courts to the indoor courts. So that's the majority of these change orders is the original architects did not design a trim piece around the inside of the windows in the clubhouse. So it fit and finish was a little bit better by putting a trim around the windows. That's again another piece of this change order that's being requested of you today.
Thank you for walking us through the history and this present request. You mentioned this private partner. What the name again? I'm sorry, the tennis one?
Oklahoma City Public Tennis, LLC.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. And then we have presentations for item Q1 and 2, right?
Yes, so I asked Eric just to give us a quick update on this, on the changes that are being made. This is actually on the debris removal on the public rights of way. And then Chris, I also asked him just to give us an update, even though it's not tied to this item, just go ahead and give us an update on the residential debris cleanup after Eric presents this.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council. Eric Winger, Public Works Director. We continue to work very closely with utilities and with parks, as you've heard on the previous presentations, in collecting a lot of the debris that came down in the October storm. There's actually 4 items on the agenda today. I'll start with Q1 and 2. But these are amendments to the 2 contractors that are currently working for Public Works, removing the debris from the arterial streets, but also includes those medians in the parks, public schools, and churches that we've previously proposed. We have on average about 24 crews out of those 2 contractors that are working every day. They've now exceeded about 12,000 tons of debris collected. These 2 amendments, Q1 and 2, will add 5,000 additional tons to each of those contractors going forward. So our original estimate was about 10,000 tons total based on what we saw come down in October. But like what you've heard with parks and medians, there's additional debris that's being brought to that back of curb to be collected. And so these contractors, both Custom Tree Care and Ceres Environmental, will be actually those two contractors with all their crews that will collect that over this next month. We've made considerable progress in Oklahoma City. Most of the core and the near core is clear. We have crews that are working more in the far outreaching areas of Oklahoma City, so far west and far east. But we will be making some additional passes until we get that debris picked up. I mentioned the two previous items. We do have two other items that are on the agenda that are related to the Public Works debris collection. You're going to see that one of those items is addressing debris that has fallen into drainage channels, and so we're beginning and recommending that we hire a contractor specific to getting debris out of drainage channels. You're going to see there's another item that cancels and rejects a contract that was previously hoped to be awarded, but that contractor did not meet all the qualifications. And so we are using those two contractors, but plenty of crews. Again, Utilities has additional updates, and Chris Browning can provide those as well.
Thank you, Eric.
Good morning, Chris. I do that every time. Chris Browning, Utilities Director. I'd like to give you just a brief update on the residential tree debris removal. We have to date collected over 81,000 tons through Saturday. We are still on schedule to finish the first pass by the end of the month. Councilman, we are working diligently through your ward. When you get out to the outer areas, things are a little scattered, so it takes a little while to get from one to the other.
Yeah, let me clarify that. You guys are doing a great job, and when you look at the scope of everything you have to do, it's a huge undertaking. My only concern would be, because there are still a lot of residents that haven't seen a truck yet, right? And I get questioned on it all the time. I just wanted to make sure that as we're starting to step up the parks and everything else, that we're not splitting those contractors across multiple contracts and therefore reducing or increasing the time it's going to take to get them that first pass done. That was my only question.
Yes, sir. Well, as a matter of fact, we had over 100 trucks working. All last week, we had almost 120 trucks working each day. So we have a lot of resources out there. We are on schedule to complete the first pass by the end of the month. We'll start the second pass February. Now, the one challenge, well, a couple of challenges we're having. Some of the debris is piled in areas that we can't get in. There may be a car parked in front of it. It may be piled over a hydrant or under a tree. So what we're doing is we're putting a door hanger and we're asking the folks to move the car or to relocate the pile so we can pick it up. And so if we're still in the area, we'll go ahead and grab those piles that were obstructed. If not, we'll pick them up on the second pass. So we are on track. We have picked up a lot of limbs so far. So happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
I'm just curious, as far as that notice, is there a time frame for them on that notice to move their items by 3 days, or is it just please remove? How does that look?
It's generally please remove, and if we're in the area, we'll swing back by and pick it up. If not, we'll just get it when we come back through that area.
Okay, thank you.
Keep up the good work. Thank you for everything you're doing for us.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Okay, item S1, Councilwoman Nice.
Yes, I just wanted some clarification of the areas, and I know obviously in this memo, on this agenda, it says Northwest, so I know obviously that, but just if you would give us some more explanation of what has taken place in this area.
So there may be a typo that's on the memo, and my apologies for that. But this item, 7S, is the final acceptance. So this is for work that's actually been completed, already done. But this was residential sidewalks and also pavement repairs. So it wasn't complete residential resurfacing, but it's sidewalks, it's repairing damaged curbs, it's replacing the driveways to make sure that the sidewalks in this area is improved to ADA standards. I understand that there's some additional paving concerns that are in the area, and we can research those, but this project was not specific to a complete residential resurfacing. So
Okay.
it was for sidewalk and accessibility.
Okay, and what was the time frame of this area? Because I know it's been lengthy as far as the process, so for those who who may want some knowledge about how long this process has taken for this to be done?
This project, I need to get probably the original start dates, so I don't know those today, but I can get back with you on those. Traditionally, when we get into a neighborhood, and this is some of the challenges that we have and some of the things with parked cars and things as we're working with sidewalks, some of the projects can take as much as a year to complete a whole neighborhood's worth of sidewalks, just depending on the size of the neighborhood. They'll typically work in small sections at a time, but let me get the information back to you on the timing that it took on this project to be completed.
Thank you.
Eric, this is actually related to the previous. May I ask about the previous item and the pickup when we're on this one? Okay, thank you. So our council staff right now is, and this might involve Chris Browning as well if he's still here, because I know he's dealing with the residential. So 2 different neighborhoods have reached out to me via email, and we're responding to the individuals, and and that's, I think, very well and good, but I want to make sure that these neighborhoods holistically, because if the individual is experiencing this, then it's probably likely the rest of the neighborhood has the question. So the first neighborhood I'm interested in is Mayfair West, which of course, as you know, is off of May Avenue between 50th and 44. And someone had reached out wondering just generally as it relates to Independence Avenue between 41st and 50th, right? So right there near Integris. They said that all the sidewalks are obstructed by huge piles of branches. Now, again, council staff is looking into this. They're already coordinating with people here in the appropriate offices, and I really appreciate them doing so. This is more kind of like for the rest of the neighborhood to hear, like, what does that process look like? Because I'm guessing when they hear, most of the urban core, we've done that sweep through one time and a lot of the removals there, and at the same time they're seeing Independence, which is this is the urban core, right? That is very much the urban core. That there's probably a disconnect for a lot of those residents, and kind of to Councilman Stone's point, they might worry that they've been forgotten. So what does that look like for that neighborhood? And then I'll have a follow-up about Belle Isle, but it's a different question.
Sure. So I think we're back on storm debris just for a minute, but let me talk. So I think on OKC Gov, there is an excellent map that's posted that shows the residential collection. I think earlier in the council, it appears as though we'll maybe be posting a parks-related map soon for that too. On the arterial collections, and specific to the larger major streets, they're specifically residential, that would be an area that Public Works would cover. We have covered past that area of 63rd and Independence. We've at least made a first pass. We're also finding that a lot of limbs are being set back out in the core. So when I speak of the core, just generally anything that is urbanized. So anything, say, south of 122nd, north of 119th, east of I-44 and west of I-35. We're finding that our collections have been first pass in those areas, but we are seeing new limbs set out in those areas that we're gonna have to go back and get. We are currently concentrated on the outer areas of Oklahoma City right now, in far west and far east, far northeast, far southeast. Right now, they have not received their first pass yet. But if there's concern with a block sidewalk, we would ask that they call the city's action center to get that reported so that we could at least get notice to get that clear. And we too are following a similar schedule in Public Works with utilities, working to get all of the debris picked up, hopefully in February at the latest. But again, it's a little aggressive. It just depends on set outs. And again, as we work with parks very closely on helping clean up parks as well.
I really appreciate that clarification. And then my follow-up is, and again, much thanks to city staff because they're already talking to the individual who reached out to us. But their question was about, and it kind of relates to parks, but in terms of the overhang, the tree limbs and the overhang, but this is in actual yards and stuff. So the question was, they asked us, like, can we tell them when tree limbs that are underneath overhanging tree canopies will be picked up? And this was, again, Wildman's Belle Isle. So where are we at with that? What does that process look like? Is that more a Chris Browning question?
Yeah. So regardless of storms, typically Public Works will address overhanging limbs if they have any impact to vehicular traffic. I mean, there are a lot of trees in neighborhoods. There's a lot of trees on certain arterial streets that overhang just from the design of the tree system. So we don't clear all overhangs. They do need to show an impact to traffic. Either they're being impeding traffic, they're blocking a lane, there's maybe a limb sticking into a lane or trucks hit it. Those types of limbs, again, if a resident will report that to our action center, we can actually get out and get that addressed very quickly, but we do not go into residential areas or arterial areas just to trim trees. Trees are considered to be private property in most cases unless they're part of a city street enhancement project. So they're ultimately the responsibility of the property owner to do that necessary trimming if it's required.
So as a follow-up, as I'm reading a little bit more into the email, this particular person wrote that the limbs in their neighborhood have been picked up except for the ones that have tree canopies overhead. Most of the yards with this issue have no alternative for placing the limbs. They have large trees that cover the entire yard. What are we saying to those residents?
So again, the tree would be considered private property to that property owner. They'd be required to do that tree trimming. However, if there's a limb that's blocking that lane of traffic, if they'll please contact the Action Center with a location, we'll go out and check it and remove it if it's a hazard.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now I believe we have a presentation on XYZ as a group, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, Kenny Soodle, our Assistant City Manager, is going to be giving us an update. These are all related to CARES funds, and with the extension on the dates on the CARES funds, we wanted to update these contracts, and so I'll let Kenny give us a quick update.
Hi, Kenny Soodle, Assistant City Manager. As Craig said, X, Y, and Z. Well, let me start really with X and Y are just extensions, technically, with the change in the CARES Act that gave us an extension to December of 2021. Z, and that's with Eide Bailly. First X, I'm sorry, is with Eide Bailly, who is the firm that's auditing some of these to help us make sure we're in compliance and also doing some auditing of our subrecipients. Item Y is with ASM, where we're providing some funds for some of the COVID mitigation services and equipment out there at the Cox Center and the Chesapeake Arena. And so again, both of those, there's no change in funding, it's just extending the dates. Z is with City County Health Department. It's technically a new contract because the old one expired, but it's no additional funds. As you recall, we had approved a $14 million contract with City County Health to provide testing and tracing services months ago. This is basically taking the unused portion, and I do want to point out, we sort of came to an agreement with them to just draw a line at the end of September and for them to not bill us anymore under the old contract, just so that we could get an exact amount for this amended new contract. And so the $7 million that's left, that's so that it does allow us to go back and them to bill the things that they've already experienced under this current contract going forward. But it would only take us to the grand total between the two contracts of the $14 million, that's the original amount. Also adds some clarification in there to allow them to spend funds if needed on vaccination costs, obviously, as our needs have shifted, as Phil talked about earlier. So those are the three items that are extending the dates. And then I also did want to mention AA, that's sort of related, but this is where under the new COVID relief bill that was signed into law, this is a timing issue that they gave us 6 days. So we got notice that it opened up on January 6th that folks that cities and counties that were over 200,000 residents could apply directly for the rental assistance program. And so it opened up on January 6th, and they made a due date of January 12th. So that fell in between council meetings, so we had to get our application in for this. I'm happy to report we actually received the funds this morning in our bank account. So the city received $19.6 million for this rental assistance program. So you'll be hearing more about that. Don't have a lot of information yet on that, but we'll be pulling some information together. I'm sure you'll be seeing some items coming forward related to that in the future as well. So just want to kind of give you an update on those 4 items.
I just have a quick question about the AA. I know the county also applied. Do we foresee a similar situation with previous funds where they're going to cover any non-Oklahoma City areas, or do you think that both funds will be available to Oklahoma City residents? Do you know anything about that?
I don't know yet. So
one of the nuances, this is very similar to the original coronavirus relief funds that we got, in that if you have a city that's within a county, they sort of discount the county's amount they get for what the city gets. So, you know, so they would probably end up with, I don't know exactly how much they'll receive, but they probably would receive a much smaller amount. How it would be up to them to use it, you know, how they would use it. And I don't know, we have not had any discussions, staff hasn't had any discussions with the county.
Thank you, Kenny.
Thank you, and I misspoke earlier, you did also present on item AA as well. So. Okay, that leaves, the only thing that anybody wanted to discuss on the consent docket is item AF. Councilwoman Nice?
Yes, I also want to go back to AB. I just realized that too.
Okay, AB.
AB, as I'm looking at this, and I understood we were extending the boundary for the project area to include the Brockway Center, which is going to be off of 13th, which is on 13th in that area. I'm curious to know, as far as there's a legal description of M, that also adds an area. So I'm curious why that was added and what that entails.
Joanna McSpadden is here. I know I may have to give her a second to get back out here because we hadn't called this out originally. Can we go ahead and do AF, and then when Joanna comes in, we can do AB?
That's fine. As we look at AF, obviously, my question is in relation to this area of what we are looking at for this urban renewal to do with this portion of our park that's going to be quitclaim deeded.
Amanda Carpenter with Municipal Counselor's Office will explain this.
Hi, Councilwoman. This is property that is adjacent to Okura property. Okura owns the corner at 16th and MLK. They had previously discussed with the city of Oklahoma City acquiring this property back in like 2011. The Parks Commission did declare it surplus as unnecessary for the JFK Park. There's no park features in this area that is to be acquired. The development that was supposed to happen in 2011 didn't occur. So there was a time period that went by where the transaction was just sat quiet. Now they have an interest in acquiring that property. Back in 2017, the Park Commission also renewed that it is not necessary as part of JFK Park. The property was appraised in August of 2020. It appraised for the $25,000, which is what and that money will be deposited in a special purpose fund for JFK improvements, JFK Park improvements. So that money will go directly back into the park. So this is the property just abutting that Okura property that would be acquired by them.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And then item AB is Joanna.
Yes. Joanna McSpadden.
Or I know Mr. Wiley may be able to help us in that area too.
This is on the one, hey Wiley, this is on the expansion on the TIF to include the Brockway
Project area.
For the Innovation District. Oh, there's Joanna.
So what was the question again?
My question is, as I was told and understood, we were only adding the area of where the Brockway Center is located to be added in this project area. However, I'm seeing in this memo that we have another area that has been added as far as 4th Street to High in Lincoln, in that area. So I'm just curious where that particular area came from when I was only told of the area of 13th.
I took the legal description from the agent that was hired to give me the legal description. We should only be bringing in the Brockway Center into the project area so that TIF funds can be spent on the Brockway Center.
Okay,
That
so
should be the only property that's being brought into the project plan.
okay.
It's just a separate little piece of legal description.
Right, and that's the part that I do understand. And as I said, with this M legal description, I'm just curious as to the addition of that particular area.
Councilwoman, were you looking on the ordinance or on the memo? In the ordinance?
And this is always confusing when we're looking at this kind of stuff, so
Yeah.
thank you for your patience in helping me through this. But as again, the part that I knew of in particular was the area where the Brockway Center is located.
M is one of the future TIF districts that will be started sometime in the future. It is not, it's already in existence.
Okay.
So that's not an amendment to this?
Yeah, the council will start it as a TIF district.
But that's not changed in this item?
It is not being changed at
Okay.
all. It's already part of the ordinance.
Okay. And I guess that's where my concern and confusion adds, because as we talk about one thing, even if we're mentioning a couple more, it would be really helpful to get some of that clarification when we're going into these conversations, especially trying to, yes ma'am, thank you, especially trying to get more understanding and being able to explain it to the residents that are within these areas, because everybody is watching what's happening for this innovation district. And I'm very careful of the things that we do and how we communicate that information. So if in the future, especially because, if I'm not mistaken, TIF 9 and 11, are those under the purview of the city?
See, 9 is
9 is
northeast, that is under the city. 11 is in redevelopment, with the redevelopment authority. So 1, 7, and 11 are all with the redevelopment authority.
Yes, so exactly my point. This one is under, not, while it's under our purview, it is not initially in a lot of aspects in the ways that we could look at it all the time with the general eye. And I understand that you all help us in that aspect to look at it, but especially when the information comes to me, this is not something that I had been aware of before. So that's just where my hesitancy in this came from, as far as this conversation, because I know, again, as we look at TIFs and these areas, especially where we can create harm, I want to make sure we're creating opportunity in that. So I appreciate you with the explanation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right, that concludes all the items for separate discussion that have been brought up in regards to the consent docket. We could take a motion to adopt the items, save the one that was already approved.
Move the items on the consent docket other than K, which we already passed.
Got a motion and a second?
Mayor?
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry. My brain will not leave from an earlier discussion, forgive me. And before we approve this, I just keep staring at this email about the tree limbs, and I still have some confusion. I appreciate everyone's patience before we vote. But if I'm reading this email correctly, they're saying that the limbs in their neighborhood have been picked up except the ones that have tree canopies overhead. Most of the yards with this issue have no alternative for placing the limbs. Like, where are they gonna, you see what I mean? Like, where is this resident supposed to, if they can't place these limbs anywhere else, and if they did have some sort of public right-of-way, that's where they would go, then we would come through and pick them up. It doesn't seem right to put that on the.
Why don't we let Chris and Eric get with you after
Okay.
this and just go through and we'll look at exactly where the area is, what
Okay.
the exact situation is, and see what we can do to resolve it.
Okay, I appreciate that. Sorry,
Yep.
and again,
No,
thank
it's
you
okay.
all. I appreciate you.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second for the consent docket. Cast your votes as soon as you have that opportunity. Passes unanimously. All right, that brings us to the concurrence docket. We have items A through E. Item F was previously deferred.
Move the concurrence docket.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes as soon as you have that opportunity. Passes unanimously. All right, now we're on item 9, items requiring separate votes. We have item 9A. This is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at the Planning Commission. It's at 15123 North Council Road, going from PUD 1568 to R1. This was deferred from January 5th. Councilman Stonecipher.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is an ordinance on final hearing to rezone 15123 North Council Road from PUD 1568 to R1 Single Family Development. It was approved by the Planning Commission. There were no protests, but I felt the need to defer this and take a look at the impact that this development may have. I've asked David Box to come up and speak today about a committee that's been formed by Planning Commissioner meetings to address some of the current concerns that I had, specifically Planning Commissioners Scott Cravens, Matt Hinkle, Mike Privet, and Mark Coffey. And if you could, David, if you wouldn't mind, kind of explain the work they're doing and how the developers have chimed in and are being helpful, and how everybody's kind of trying to work together.
Sure. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. So over the summer, the Planning Commission started getting letters and interest from various superintendents around the metro, appearing at Planning Commission meetings asking that certain items be denied based upon school capacity issues. The Planning Commission has kind of voiced their concern that it's hard for a Planning Commission to consider those issues. When we think about issues that Planning Commissions and councils typically consider, as it relates to whether or not a particular development can be met with the things that are needed, it's sewer, it's water, it's street networks. The schools, because it's not within the control of the city, is something that's much more difficult to understand because of the complexities of what does really overcrowding mean, and is the Planning Commission or City Council really ideally suited to hear those. So what the Planning Commission has done is formed a committee. There's been one meeting in which they invited every superintendent that had any piece of their school district that was within Oklahoma City to appear. And I think there were some 20 separate superintendents that did jump on a Zoom call, and they were able to voice any concerns they had. And hopefully it opened up a line of communication. And what the Planning Commission has done is set an annual meeting in June every year so that these superintendents can come, kind of get an update as to what their concerns are, get an update from the city through the Planning Commission as to what cases are out there. One of the biggest things I think that the superintendents are facing is perhaps a little bit of not understanding the process. They get zoning notices, but oftentimes they get sent to wherever the property happens to be addressed, and somebody on a desk perhaps puts it in an inbox or perhaps throws it away because it's not when you see something from the city, if it's not a bill, oftentimes most people just throw it away. And so getting the understanding of how the superintendents and the school districts can engage as to what the current applications are, I think will be beneficial, and importantly, understanding what all's out there, like what zoning exists, what plats exist, what's in the pipeline. Those are things that it's hard even for all your constituents to understand, much less superintendents that are engaged in trying to educate the children. So the hope is that with this committee, at least on an annual basis, that there's going to be an open line of communication where the cities and the superintendents can explain what issues and concerns may exist. And there's now just been an open line of communication. As last week, there was several items in Ward 3 in which the superintendent for, I believe, Mustang Schools submitted a letter just kind of outlining concerns and questions. So I hope that answers your question, Councilman.
It does. And the one thing I'd say about this School District Relations Committee is that not only have the committee members reached out, but also staff has provided information to the schools in a myriad of ways, including zoning maps and final plats, et cetera. And so the committee, is my understanding, is going to put together a letter to let us know what they're doing, and that will be presented to the planning commissioners in February and then come to us. So this committee, I really want to thank them for their work, and with that, I'll move this item for approval.
Okay, we got a motion. Is there a second? Got a second? Cast your votes as soon as you have that chance. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Item 9B, we have 9B1. This is to close a portion of the east-west alley east in Block 4 of Westover addition, etc. It's item CE 1041. Councilwoman Hammond.
Yes, like you said, this is removal of an easement. We've done a number of these before with the railroad, so I will move for approval.
Got a motion. Is there a second? Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9B2 is CE 1042 to close easements east of North Hudson Avenue and north of Northwest 70th. Councilman Cooper.
Yes. Has anyone signed up to speak?
I believe David's here for if you need him, right?
Wonderful. I was going to invite him to come speak.
Once again,
tell us a
David
little bit
Box,
about it.
522 Colcord Drive. I'm sorry, Councilman.
I'm equally sorry. Yeah, if you could walk us through this
Sure.
this project.
So my client owns almost all the land that is surrounding these particular tracks. When we filed the application, you'll see tracks A, C, and D. Those were objected to by staff. Staff recommended approval of tracks A, B, and E. And so prior to Planning Commission, we withdrew our request for A, C, and D. And so what is left is the approval of tracks A, B, and E that would be closed and then eventually vacated. With the removal of A, C, and D, staff did recommend approval, and Planning Commission ultimately recommended approval. And that is where we find ourselves today.
So one more time, we are approving which tracks again today?
We were asking for approval of A and B and E. So tract E is the furthest north. That is an alley that has never been opened. It's mostly in the floodplain. Tract A is what would be, I'm not sure what the street name is, between Hudson and Robinson. Also never been opened. Unlikely that it could ever be constructed based upon the topography out there. And then finally, if you look at tract Harvey. Yeah, so if you looked at tract, I think it's E, or excuse me, I think it's, Cindy, could you go back to the, one more? There, oh yeah, so tract B is the half alley west of Harvey that, again, no streets, never been opened.
And then my follow-up is, this item seems slightly related to a December item we discussed related to the different nonprofits in the area. How are we with that relationship as it relates to the approval of these items?
Yeah, so it's related only in the sense that the same applicant also owns this property. It's not connected physically or through the street network to the other property that the Center for Not-for-Profits was concerned with. They did not voice any opposition to this particular application. And in fact, if you recall, Kelly Work is the attorney for the Center for Not-for-Profits. Therefore, Janice Powers, his wife, recused herself during consideration of the zoning case at Planning Commission. Because they had no conflict, Janice actually sat and heard this item during the Planning Commission phase, and I believe was the one that made the motion to recommend approval.
Thank you for walking us through that context. And with that, I would move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes as soon as you get the chance.
I think on my screen it says moved by Mark Stonecipher and seconded by James Greiner, which is a cool Into the Spider-Verse alternative reality.
There we go. I got it.
Thank you.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, 9C C is ordinance on final hearing, recommended for approval. Amending ordinance 26,409 to reduce the rezoned area at PUD 1693-9900 North Kelly Avenue from R1 to PUD 1693. Councilwoman Nice.
Yes, has anyone signed up to speak? Okay. And as you heard, we are reducing the size of this particular area, and we are deleting a lot of uses as well for this particular request. So with that, I will move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, 9D, this is an ordinance on final hearing. So this is the third of 3 meetings where we've considered this ordinance change relating to animals, specifically reclamation of impounded animals. We had a presentation on this 2 meetings ago and a public hearing at our last meeting. Today is potential final consideration. What does the council wish to do with the ordinance?
As you said, we've already had a presentation on this, so I'd move approval of the item.
We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, 9E. This is an ordinance to be introduced today, set for public hearing on February 2nd and final hearing on February 16th. It relates to miscellaneous provisions and offenses, amending Chapter 30 of the Oklahoma City Municipal Code, et cetera. Obviously has to do with, looks like vaping, tobacco, but we're going to have a presentation
Yes.
to hear more about it.
Orville Jones is here with the Municipal Counselor's Office to give us an update, but also has an amendment that we will make with this one. He'll explain that.
Yes. The purpose of this amendment is to harmonize city law with state law on smoking and vaping. The state law has eliminated jail time, and so we have an ordinance amendment to eliminate jail time and reduce our penalties to be exactly the same as the state has, and to also raise the smoking age, as the state has done, from 18 to 21. You'll notice on page 3 of this amendment, section 451D, the last sentence says that the fine cannot exceed $200 plus cost, and that it strikes out the 90 days in jail. Because it does that, the line above that, the Class B offense is now a Class A offense by removing jail time. So we're asking the council to amend the ordinance in paragraph D of section 451 to take the phrase, quote, B, strike it, and add, underline, quote, A, because it will become a non-jury Class A offense.
I'd move the ordinance to be introduced with the amendment.
So you're suggesting you want to amend the proposal that's in the, okay.
Amend the proposal to change it from a B to an A.
Kenny,
and
which
then
is
adopt the.
do that with
introduce.
all together with one vote, or do we need to do 2 votes?
Normally, we do it with 2 votes. It depends on what the city clerk says.
Yes, an amendment takes the separate vote.
Do we need to introduce it, then amend it, or amend it, then introduce it?
Amend it and introduce it.
Okay.
Amend it first.
I'd move to amend the ordinance.
Proposed
as
ordinance,
proposed.
yeah. Okay, we got that first. This is the amendment as just described by Mr. Jones. We got a motion and a second. Cast your votes as soon as you have the opportunity.
I'd now move that the amended ordinance be introduced.
Okay, passes unanimously. Then we have a motion to introduce the ordinance as amended for consideration at the next 2 meetings. Got a motion. Do we have a second on that? Got a second? Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thanks, Orville.
Okay, now we're at 9F. This is the public hearing regarding the dilapidated structures here listed, except for that one struck at the beginning of the meeting. Francis, has anyone signed up to speak under this public hearing? No one has signed up to speak under this public hearing, so oh, yeah, you probably want to talk about item A.
Yeah, I'm just curious, and I know Mr. Chad, come on up. And I know that these particular, the ones I've been deferring have been in contact with you, so I'm just curious as to where we are. And in comparison, keeping this on dilapidated or adding it to unsecured or abandoned, I don't know what we need to do, but I'm just curious to know where we are with that.
Okay. Chad Davidson, Code Enforcement Superintendent. 2516 North Kate. Owner of that property contacted staff this morning, said that he would begin that project of kind of shoring that garage up here in the next week or so. And he plans to have it completed fairly quickly. So
He said February? Is that what
he said he's going to start the project here in the next week or so. And he seems to think that he can have it done fairly quickly within a couple of weeks or so.
Okay. Any word as far as Northeast 21st? Because I know.
I haven't heard from them. I think the last time I heard from them was probably about 3 or 4 weeks ago. Just really haven't heard much of anything from them. The conditions are still the same. They've put a tarp on top of it. However, it's starting to collapse in on itself. Pretty severe fire there.
Right. If you don't mind, when I talked to them the last time, the item D, I did let them know I wouldn't be able to continue to do this. And obviously I told them it was their responsibility to contact you all for this process. And unfortunately they did not, and I know the gentleman for 2516 did. So that I will just ask, if you don't mind, we do that one, work with them a couple more weeks since he has, and then if we don't see any progress in the next couple weeks, we'll be through with that process. So with that, I'm just going to ask on item A. Item D, I'll go across, I'll give them the news myself. So I'll go ahead and ask that we defer item A for, let me do a month since they said a couple weeks. And if we don't see anything from there, then we will bring it back and I will not ask for the mercy any longer.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion to defer to February 16th, item 9F1A.
Yes.
And a second. All right, cast your votes at your convenience. Passes unanimously.
And then before you leave, will you explain this process to those who may be watching as far as once we declare these dilapidated structures, what that particularly means for some of these owners of the properties that they have?
Sure. Once we declare a property dilapidated, or once the council declares a property dilapidated, they'll immediately have 30 days to contact our office, start the process of either rehabilitating that property or demolishing that property. It's pretty common that we work with citizens or property owners as far as on a time schedule. Once they get us a good plan of action, we're willing to work with anyone to bring the property into compliance. That's our goal. Just want the safest properties out there as we can have.
Absolutely, and I appreciate your patience through this process. Thank you.
All right, we still have the items at 9F1 other than those previously struck or deferred. And so we would entertain a motion for 9F2, resolution declaring that the structures are dilapidated.
Move 9F2.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now we're at 9G1. This is the public hearing regarding the unsecured structures here listed, other than those struck at the beginning of the meeting. Francis, has anyone signed up to speak under this public hearing? No, sir. Hearing that no one has signed up to speak, we'll close the public hearing and now entertain a motion for the item found at 9G2, declaring that the structures are unsecured.
Move the item.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now we're at 9H1. This is the public hearing regarding the abandoned buildings here listed, except for those struck at the beginning of the meeting. Francis, has anyone signed up to speak for this public hearing?
No, ma'am.
Mayor, we do need to defer item L, please, for abandoned.
I thought that was the one you...
Northeast 21st. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been doing this for so long. I'm confused. Thank you.
No worries. Okay, so no one has signed up to speak, and so we would move on to 9H2, the resolution declaring that the buildings are abandoned. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, we're at 9I. 1 and 2 are related. 9I1 is a public hearing regarding expenditures, activities, and accomplishments of the CDBG DR program. Item 2 is to receive a final report on said program in regards to tornado and flooding events of May 2013. I believe we have a presentation.
Yeah, Jeff Butler, our planning director, is here and going to give us an update. This is related to the tornadoes and damage that was done from storms in May of 2013, and there were mitigation projects that were done through CDBG funds, and then the federal government requires that we do like basically an after-action report to come back and report what was done.
Thank you. Yes, Jeff Butler, Planning Director. As Mr. City Manager said, this is a required report by our funding agency, the pass-through funding agency, the Oklahoma Department of Commerce. So as a result of the 2013 storm and actually previous storms as well, we received about $33 million from the federal government in disaster recovery funds. And about $24 million of that was spent on the Draper water treatment plant just to make that more resilient to future events. A substantial amount, about $5 million, was spent on drainage and utilities to improve resiliency there as well. And the rest was spent, or the majority of the rest was spent on housing and storm shelters, just doing housing repair, installing storm shelters in affected areas. These were projects done and coordinated through Public Works, Utilities, and Planning, and other departments. The projects, the Draper, for example, provided power backup and redundancy, so that in the future there would be continuous water distribution that would have less risk of impacts to the city, to residents, because that treatment plant does affect or provide water to a substantial amount of the city. So with that, I think that kind of covers the basics of it. Again, it's a required report. It's all done, and this is just to kind of wrap it up. So happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Well, hold on one second. Let me, Francis, have we received, did anyone sign up to speak under the public hearing at 9I1?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Now, Mr. Stonecipher, yes, I would love to hear that motion for 9I2. Okay. We've got a motion and a second to receive the final report found at 9I2. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, 9J is a resolution receiving an amendment to the Plan OKC Comprehensive Plan, making various text and map amendments that update and clarify the document. We have a presentation on that.
Jeff Butler, our planning director, will give us an update to the changes, the amendments here to the comprehensive plan.
Thank you, Jeff Butler again, Planning Director. We have, this is what I would call a routine, kind of an oil change and a fluid check for the comprehensive plan. Every couple of years, we do a little maintenance, we check, and we see if there's anything that could be clarified. And so this is what we do, and we've done it once before. The plan is still pretty new. It's newer than my car. And we've only updated it once or twice, or once before, and that was in 2018 when it came before the City Council to be received. So the Planning Commission has already adopted this update late last year, and so this Planning Commission does have statutory authority to adopt the comprehensive plan and to adopt amendments, and then those amendments are then received by the council. So I'll go through several changes, and if there are any questions, please stop me. These are routine in nature, so we didn't intend to spend a whole lot of time on them, but if you have any questions, again, please stop me. So next slide, please. So we have a few changes, just clarifications to some of our land use topology areas. Rural medium, we added a little bit of clarifications. No changes, just clarifying the lot sizes, levels of fire service that were already expected, and water service. So again, we're not changing anything. The wording was there, just hopefully a little more clear now what the intent is. We also made clarifications, similar clarifications to urban low, which is that, you know, when you are in this area that you're expected to have water and sewer utility systems. Again, that was already in the plan, but it's stated more clearly. Urban Future, simply changed the name, Urban Reserve to Urban Future, just for internal consistency. We have other designations, other LUDAs that are called Urban Medium, for example, Urban Low. This is Urban Future. And then finally, employment was changed from Employment Reserve to Employment, just for internal consistency again. It reflects the policy intent, and it's consistent, for example, with heavy industrial. You know, heavy industrial is just, that's what this should be. Employment is just indicating that that's what we foresee a particular area of the city developing as. So we had a few specific recommendations. So staff will go through every couple of years, and we'll look for areas in the plan that need to be adjusted, boundaries that might need to be shifted because things change, or we notice a glitch or some other reason why we feel the change is warranted. In these particular cases, on the left image, you see that we want to alter the boundary of that heavy industrial a little bit to reflect the Lincoln Boulevard overlay. On the right, you see that we're just tweaking the boundary of our regional district a little bit to better reflect the land uses. This is in the neighborhood of the mall at I-240 and I-35. So next slide, please. Sure.
Hey, I was having, when I was looking at this this weekend, having trouble figuring out in the ordinance Exhibit A. Is Exhibit A intended to be this document or this document?
Exhibit A is what the Planning Commission saw.
Because it's not attached. Exhibit A is not attached to the ordinance in our materials.
Oh, okay.
And so I guess I'm not trying to be difficult here. If this is just clarification, if it's just name changes, I actually like the Urban Future name better. But what I'm concerned about is when I look at heavy industrial and it says considerations for removing HI layer, I'm not sure I understand what that is. Is that changing boundaries that in certain areas? If you could explain that to me, that'd be a big help.
Sure. Yeah, the attachment A should have been in the packet. I apologize if it wasn't, but the Exhibit A was essentially what we're seeing here. It's got a little bit more detail. It's what the Planning Commission saw for the changes. So yes, the heavy industrial, what we're doing here is
so walk through this exhibit that we're looking at now and tell me what we're doing. I'm not sure I follow it. I'm sorry.
No problem. So the heavy industrial, what we're seeing here on the left, for example, so the crosshatched area is what's heavy industrial, and previously that little red area was included in the heavy industrial. The layer went all the way over to the arterial, to Lincoln Boulevard. But what we're proposing is just pulling that back a little bit off of Lincoln Boulevard to better reflect the zoning of Lincoln Boulevard, because it has the overlay, which encourages certain urban form that's really not consistent with heavy industrial. So we thought it'd be better to have that pulled back and change that. It moves it, I don't know, roughly a parcel. So people fronting Lincoln will not be subject to that overlay.
So the red area that's urban medium intensity, what's the plan for that?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What happens when it becomes urban medium intensity as opposed to heavy industrial?
Urban medium intensity is just kind of the standard. So a very large area of our urban core is designated urban medium. So a lot of things can happen in there, all kinds of land uses. It refers to kind of The medium designation just refers to the intensity or the density of land uses that would be allowed there, that are supported by the street network and that are consistent with their surrounding uses. So it just, pulling the heavy industrial off of it just makes it a little more flexible as to what you can put there. It's no longer encouraged, for example, to put heavy industrial in that area.
Presentation, what's going on in the right diagram?
So the right diagram, the area in red is, we're changing that, or the Planning Commission changed that from heavy industrial to regional district. So there's an area of that loop road that goes around the mall. So on the north side of that road would be changing to regional district, just so that it's consistent with the uses that are across the street and what we think is probably a little more flexible and better for the neighborhood, for the area.
So in effect, what we have is some clarification, some name descriptions that are changed, and then we also have the removal of certain layers in certain parts of the city. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and besides what's occurring at Lincoln Boulevard and what's occurring near the city of Valley Brook, is there any other considerations for removal of certain layering?
I have a few other slides, yes, of
Okay.
similar items.
All right, thank you.
So these, for example, these are a few additional, and these are, again, as staff looks at this every couple of years, we go through and we look and see, for example, where has infrastructure expanded to that now is appropriate to designate as appropriate to urbanize. So in the top right there, number 1, for example, you'll see that the Planning Commission lifted the urban future, and right now it's designated just as urban low, which essentially means that's where you can build suburban development, subdivisions. For example, single-family subdivisions is what typically would go in a place like this. And we did that because water and sewer has extended a little further, and now it's appropriate to build there. And the same thing for, well, something similar. The other two, the bottom left was a change that was made to be consistent with the uses that are there. That's kind of a transition zone between urban uses and rural uses. And there's a kind of a stream corridor there and some larger lots. That was consistent with what the development that's going on there. And similarly, on the bottom right, that change was made because it was kind of an island of urban low with urban future overlay. So in other words, it was intended that at some point that would urbanize, but in reality, it was felt like, that it's far out there. It's going to be a long time, a very long time before any kind of water and sewer get there. In addition to that, it's covered with upland forest, which is, a desirable environmental feature that we'd like to preserve. And so for those reasons, it was recommended to change that to rural medium. That's more consistent with the types of development that is desired out there, and also with the upland forest.
Okay, so let's forget clarification and let's forget name descriptions, but where there's considerations for removing certain layers or changing them, was any of that done in Ward 8? I guess that's the best way for me to ask this question.
I have a few developer initiated that are coming up that were separate. And I don't recall if any of those were in Ward 8. I think there may be a couple.
Wait, will you identify those when you come to them?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
This may be in Ward 8, actually. So this is at 122nd and Northwest Expressway. So you can see there the Northwest Expressway intersects with the Kilpatrick Turnpike. Those little red squares were simply kind of cleanup. We had some developer-initiated comp plan amendments, and they took out substantial chunks of employment reserve and redesignated that to urban low, just for some subdivisions that were going in. And they left behind those little red squares that were not controlled by them. So because they're no longer viable for large-scale employment, we went ahead and recommended that those be changed.
The red squares are being changed to?
To just regular urban low.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And next slide. So the next few slides, there were several, and this is a little bit different. So we're still looking at land use topology areas that are changed, but these were applicant-initiated or developer-initiated comprehensive plan amendments. The next, I think, 3 slides or so. So this looks really familiar because we just saw this area. These are a couple of those areas that developers asked to be changed from employment to just regular urban low, so that they could have a little more flexibility in developing. So this was something the Planning Commission already approved. These 2 that you see in the slide here, both in the proximity of Northwest Expressway and Kilpatrick Turnpike. Next slide, please. There are a couple that were applicant-initiated that were taking rural medium, which is one of our 2 designations that are in the large rural areas in all 4 quadrants of the city, and asking those to be changed to urban low. These are recent amendments. Down in Ward 4, for example, on the top right is a development that was proposed, and the developer had acquired or had control of the area in kind of the pink or purple line, and the staff went ahead and recommended that if we're going to change the designation of that area, we go ahead and do a somewhat larger area that's outlined in blue. And the reason for that is the utilities are going to be moving that direction, and for various reasons it made sense to the Planning Commission to go ahead and take in a larger area that could be served by utilities. That's also in an area that Midwest City is building a new park in, and so that helps to bring utilities further east. And the other one that's changing from rural medium to urban low is the bottom one, which is in the southwest portion of the city, Southwest 15th and Cemetery Road. There was a proposal to do some kind of infill development, I would describe it as, because it's kind of surrounded by lower density homes. And again, these were acted on by the Planning Commission already and are here for your receipt. Next slide. The last bit of applicant-initiated CPAs are shown here. The top one, removing urban future and allowing instead rural medium, consistent with surrounding development. And that particular one was on the very northern edge of a sewer shed. It was going to take many years for any kind of utilities to get there. And so it was felt appropriate by the Planning Commission to make that change. And the last one on the bottom there, it was actually a large area that was covered by urban future and a little bit of urban or rural medium, and was proposed that entire area, the blue and the red, be changed to urban low because services are available and development is ready to happen there. And then finally, we have a little bit more instances where we've taken urban future and designated urban low. The bottom, Southwest 29th and Cemetery Road. And that's just simply changing UF, removing that layer and retaining the urban low, which is underneath and ready for development. And something similar happening over there on the bottom left, north of West Britain Road and east of North Sarah Road. A lot going on in the southwest. And then finally, on the bottom right, that was a recent annexation, I'm sure you recall, to allow for a portion of a development to be developed in Oklahoma City and to kind of clean up our boundary there with the city of Norman. And that's just simply, bringing something into the city. It has to have a designation. So we designated that as urban low. So there's the updated, what we call the LUTA map with the changes. As you can see, there's a lot going on there. Most of the city is, most of the developed or near or soon to be developed area is urban low. It's kind of suburban in character. The urban medium we talked about earlier is that kind of lighter brown. And then you get into the higher densities as you get closer to downtown with urban high and finally downtown. And next slide. We had a few changes to just clarify. This one, for example, clarifies that we have a compatibility section of the comprehensive plan, as you know, which talks about, or which helps new development be consistent with existing development. We wanted to clarify, the plan already does this, but a little more clarifying language saying that, the person who comes in to develop, compatibility kind of goes both ways. So it's not always, you have to be cognizant of if you're going to the nuisance, so to speak, you may need to do some extra things to be compatible with something that might be a high intensity use. That's simply what that is meant to do. Next slide. We updated several service efficiency maps just based on changes that happen with water, sewer, and fire. As those systems expand, our maps need to change, and as we get new streets that make our system more connected, or as our data improves, we update those maps as well. Next slide. We added a little bit of language to our livable streets principles, and that is our it's kind of in our street topology section, just a little bit of clarification to the downtown area where we're talking about the neighborhood street topology and kind of the block lengths and the specifics that have to do with that area and how it's different. And we have also, we made clear in Plan OKC that when it comes to downtown, the downtown development framework is what needs to be consultant when it comes to street types. And so that was clarified in a map. And we had some street topology assignments. There's several of them here, which I won't go into detail unless you like me to. I will call out the Northwest Expressway. We're adding that as a major arterial because of the city's, we're now acquiring that from ODOT, and so it's our responsibility. We wanted to show that appropriately in the comprehensive plan. Several other changes, Portland Avenue, the addition of the boulevard, for example, that hadn't been shown yet.
So what are we doing with Memorial Road, both west of Hefner Parkway and east of Hefner Parkway?
We're just designating that as a major arterial. That was an oversight before. It wasn't. It was designated. It was a bit of an oversight because of the turnpike there, and so we wanted to make sure that those north and south roads were designated as arterials, which they are functioning as. And I think we have one or two more slides, and that'll be done. There's a capital improvement planning section, which has been very useful to us, but we've updated that to reflect Bike Walk OKC and the Parks Master Plan, which are much more specific, very detailed, excellent plans that are being used, have been very useful to us. And so we took out some things that were a little bit out of date in the comprehensive plan and just referred the reader to these other plans for guidance when it comes to capital improvement planning. And we also deleted a few duplicate maps in the plan. And that's the end of the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. We can go back and look at some of these other slides if anybody would like.
So was that all the changes in Ward 4 that I saw there?
Yes.
That's it?
Those were all the changes, and either recommended by the staff and planning commission or requested by developers.
Okay. Can we go back to that fire coverage map?
To which one, sorry?
The fire coverage.
Oh, sure. So yeah, this one shows the fire in the bottom right. So it's largely the same. You know, the green area is the urban response time, and any changes that you would see would be because maybe a new street was added or a new connection was added that made it easier for the fire department to get to a place. But there's really no notable changes on that map, just a few adjustments.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because we've got the new 29s down there south of Draper. I don't know, it doesn't look like it really impacted their times there very much. Unless they're driving really slow or something. Maybe they've got Miss Daisy driving, but.
Yeah, the way we map the rural stations is a little bit differently, just because of the way they're classified, and the equipment they have is a little bit different. So we do just classify, instead of having green areas around those, they're just rural because of the nature of the station. But yeah, sometimes it just all depends on the speeds, the connectivity, of course. Dead-end streets are a problem in a lot of areas, and even some of these rural areas where an arterial won't go through. But in that case, it's related to the speeds and how far a piece of equipment can get. And that's based on the fire department's time, their desired response time. Okay, any other questions?
Thank you for walking us through that. A question I have, and I don't know if it's for you or if it's for our economic development folk, but it's just kind of, since I took office and kind of learned about the what we used to call employment reserve and now we'll call employment. I would like for us to, when it comes to the going out and trying to get businesses to come to our city, like when I took a tour of Paycom, for instance, and went, I don't know, Memorial and really, really far out there. I believe when Councilwoman Hammond went out there on a bus, she had to walk several blocks. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Bike a few miles.
What was it?
It was bike a few miles after the bus ended.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I just think in Ward 2, oh, hey there. I think in Ward 2, I would love to see some of that sort of Paycom type employment opportunities come to the urban core, particularly knowing the BRT that's going to go along Classen and Northwest Expressway, which this Plan OKC identifies as a major arterial. And then I think of and we don't know the routes yet, I recognize that, but the routes for the Northeast BRT that we put in maps for and voters approved, and whatever the South Side BRT is. I would really hate for us to miss an opportunity, and I recognize that when Plan OKC became a reality, Maps 4 wasn't a reality yet. So that sort of the next two legs of the BRT that the Northwest BRT will complement. I just would love to see these sort of, medium to bigger size businesses find themselves recruited to be along those corridors and not just, I'm not saying at the expense of, I think there can be a balance here is what I'm saying. And moreover, we wouldn't have instances like Joe Beth just described where someone to get to that employment finds themselves where they have to build a home, beside where Paycom, just as an example. By the way, Paycom, great business, toured it, big fan. But I think about making sure that our city's workers have access to transit and that sort of infrastructure that gets them to their employment just right there. Is that are those conversations that are taking place? And again, a balance. I'm not trying to pit one side of the city against the next. I'm just asking for a balance here.
Yeah, I would say that, there are different types of economic development projects, as the council knows, that the city and the chamber go after. And some of them need these the ones that you see in this blue hatched area, which is the employment designation. Some of them need vacant sites like that because that's just their business model. Paycom, for example, Baker Hughes, both of those went in employment areas. And Kimray is another example of one that has land in an employment area. Others, Costco, I think, is a good example of somebody who comes into a building that's already there, and those are wins as well. And downtown, we've had new office buildings come in for companies that are bringing a lot of jobs. They don't necessarily always need these large sites in the suburban areas. But yeah, we, the city, we welcome all types, as you know, and the more we can get them in areas that are employment centers, that are in the urban core, that are on transit lines, the more we can do that, the better. But we also know that there are companies who need these large sites. And when we did this study a few years ago and identified these employment sites, we knew that if we didn't identify them now and go and take some measures to try and secure those, that it would keep going further and further out. If we secure that, even though they look like they're kind of on the fringe now or on the kind of the outer loop of the city, they are. But if we didn't take some action and reserve those, it would continue to be a situation where they would be developed as housing subdivisions, and then we would have to look even further out for employment, for opportunities for those types of employers that need large sites. So yes, I think we're all on the same page there, trying to attract jobs for our citizens that can use all the great infrastructure that we've got to the best of our ability.
And to that point, hearing you speak, it reminded me of, I heard a youth counselor, I think from Ward 8, in fact, who described a version of a story I have described from this council before, growing up out at 15th and Anderson in Midwest City, where we have these beautiful trees, we have hills, beaver dams. I am telling you, you can walk across a beaver dam, sort of beaver dam. And this student is very worried about seeing that natural green space, as you just described, kind of becoming another, suburban neighborhood. And I think that it's when the employment is in one of those areas, then the housing follows that, right? And that's what we've got to be careful about. I think it has to be a conversation where the employment and the housing are more. I don't know. We are going to develop away our natural green space, our beauty. That's what's going to happen, and that's my worry. And that's also why I would applaud you all for reserving the way that you did for employment, some of those areas out there. My next challenge now is to challenge all of us to try and, in those outreach to businesses, to try and say that the urban core, not just Ward 2, but parts of Ward 4 that are in the urban core, parts of Ward 3 that are in the urban core, 7, 6, 2, that we do that sort of outreach so that people aren't relying on having to buy a car, having to maintain a car, and make those sort of insurance and those sorts of payments. This is a way to actually save our people money, particularly as we come out of this pandemic, God willing, by the end of the year. I mean, we just heard about millions of dollars worth of rental assistance that we're about to receive from the federal government. I just worry about people's finances. So anyway, that's just, and I'm happy to help however, whatever meetings, I'm looking at Joanna right now, whatever meetings you all need me in when it comes to employment opportunities, which I haven't been as involved in that, I am totally down. But I just see an opportunity here with those bus routes coming to do transit-oriented development, right?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And I had a couple comments too, a note, which made me think of as he was talking, looking at some of those opportunity zone areas and deeming some of those possible employment areas, because we are, as we look at even 35, the area of I-35, and potential folks wanting to come in and put businesses in those areas, it would be good to look at labeling some of those areas, as we've just heard, in that urban core as employment. So I would like for us to look at that. And I know even as we look at the opportunity zones in particular, they are placed in places where we would rather have employment than a lot of the other things that people are trying to bring in order to truly invest in our communities. And for the Lincoln area, I know that area in general is overly regulated in a lot of aspects. As we look at the capital medical zoning, as we look at even this Lincoln overlay, as we look at all of these other things that we're looking at, I see the potential of how we're pulling and scaling back in that area, with our grocery location now being on 36 in Lincoln, and now being able to build around that to bring other businesses and just in general to see the beautification that we have been wanting and desiring, just to bring some more life back into Lincoln. So I think, in my opinion, that's a really good way for us to look at that particular area. So just to put that little feedback in as far as those opportunity zones, maybe looking at that and looking at how we can designate some of those areas as employment areas to help us to really get some true workforce type of investment in the communities. Thank you.
Absolutely, we'll do that.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? All right. Well, what does the council wish to do with the resolution? Got a motion to adopt it. Is there a second? Is that hand gesture, Todd? Does that mean? All right, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes as soon as you are able to do so. Passes unanimously. All right, item 9K, claims recommended for denial at 9K1. I don't believe we need executive session. No one has signed up to speak, Francis. All right, what does the council wish to do with the recommendations for denial? Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, item 10, items from council. Item 10A is a resolution rescinding our action on December 22nd, deferring then council agenda item 11C, a proposed ordinance amending chapter 59 of the Oklahoma City Municipal Code relating to medical marijuana zoning ordinance. This resolution would rescind that deferral and strike the ordinance from the council agenda. Councilman Greiner.
Yeah, I think, the reasons in the resolution for, I think, this being the best path forward can kind of be summed up in that it was bad timing of the original resolution. I think that bringing all of the thoughts from the industry and the council and the city staff and everybody together and making the ordinance better is what should happen. I definitely think that something like this should still be passed. I mean, but I don't want what to happen is we just keep deferring it a month and then deferring it a month and then deferring it a month, and then we have all of these really long public discussions when I think it could be done much more efficiently. Not to say that I don't want public input. I definitely want public input. So I think that's the thought, and I think that there is going to be a future council. I think the legislative session is about to start, and so things could change with that. And so yeah, I think just summing all that up, it was bad timing. So.
Okay. We do have some people who've signed up to speak on this item, so maybe we'll handle that now. John
Kumbis.
Kubis?
Kumbis.
Kumbis? Sorry, couldn't quite make out your handwriting. But,
Thanks. John Kumbis, I own JKJ Processing here in the city. I want to thank all of y'all for the last time we were here, for listening and keeping an open mind. I think the biggest thing, Mr. Griner from Ward 1, is that educate yourself on what's going on before you put these outlandish things together. I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody else. I invite every single one of you to come to 4301 Will Rogers Parkway, Suite 1000, to look at my operation, to sit down, to where we can educate on this medicine and what it's doing for people. We are constricted right now, and we don't need any more constrictions. So I appreciate all you guys, Mr. Holt, Mr. Freeman, and everybody else up here for keeping an open mind on the medicinal marijuana. So
And I
thank
want
you
to
very
clarify
much.
too, that it wasn't Councilman Griner alone. There were a lot of questions that came up from zoning items. And so staff worked together, look at Tulsa's ordinance, and we tried to look at other pieces of that to bring that together. So it wasn't just him acting independently on it. We were trying to do that collectively, but now we'll step back, have some engagement with the industry, and that's our intent going
My
forward.
apologies, Mr. Griner.
No, that's, just clarify.
Thank
Problem.
you.
My name was on it.
all right, the Reverend Paulette Legg.
Good morning.
Morning.
We have certainly had a full agenda today, so much that you all have to deal with on a daily basis. I don't believe I envy you in your job, but thank you for your service. My address to you is general today. As we all just kind of regrouping now and relearning how to inhale, exhale, and prepare ourselves for tomorrow. Being a contemplative, I've done a lot of thinking and was led to address the people who have the interests of the regular folk as chief concern. It is a huge job that you people have undertaken. Ran for election, got the election, ran on whatever ticket you ran on, but they all can be summarized as to do good work for God's good people. And I don't know how much time in your day that you have to reflect on those old days when you first took this office and took up these helm, but the people that you were elected to do good work for are still in their places that they were when they elected you, and they're still watching, and they're still waiting for whatever that hope was when they went into that secret place and cast that vote for you. Councilmen and women, as the general public of this nation, this state, as your concern. The city of Oklahoma City. The people are wrestling and becoming totally exhausted in this duel to reposition, gather up our hopes, replenish, and possibly restore ourselves following these last few weeks of living as Americans in this nation. We're searching for some degree of understanding as to exactly what is it that the people that we've entrusted so much into their hands, where must be their focus? What is it that's driving them away from?
Reverend Legg, you're at 4 minutes, and is there any, and by the way, I apologize.
Can you not hear me?
No, we can hear you. This was handed to me with the stack for this item. You actually signed up for Citizens to be Heard. That's not your fault. I just went through the stack. But in any case.
How many seconds?
Well, you're really a minute over at this point. Is there maybe just 30 more seconds? Just conclude your thoughts.
I'm afraid I can't understand what he's saying.
Can you maybe just conclude your thoughts? You're about a minute over time.
Is he saying speed it up? Is the bottom line?
Just a concluding thought.
Speed it up, yes.
Yeah.
I just wanted 5 minutes of your time. I can.
Well, you get 3 and you've taken 4. So how about 1 more minute?
Okay.
We'll call it a day.
So as we look out into the future, we're wondering what must be driving the people that we've entrusted so much into their hands. Because it seems that so many of us have been forgotten about by the wayside. The events of last Wednesday before last, was horrifying to many people that I still have counseling sessions with. They're terrified about their future. And the people who are in control seem to not be in control at all. Our behaviors, our ideologies, we're so dissected, we're so divided. And I don't know how we get this thing fixed. But I do know that we're ultimately guided by the Lord God Almighty, who owns all things, controls all things.
Thank you, Reverend Legg. Appreciate you for coming down.
And I want us to know that He's watching and that we are to be governed by what we do, because this is not the end. We will be revisited over and over again, as we have been, until we learn our lessons. What does He love? Justice and mercy for all His people. And the very ones that you kick to the side are the ones that He will do battle for. Blessings, not personal.
Thank you. Emily Lace Ellison.
I'm Emily. I came last time and spoke last time. I don't really have much to say different than last time. I just wanted to offer my contact information in case you guys do revisit this at a later time and need some help with the industry. So I left my...
Thank you. Blake Cantrell.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I learned my lesson last time, and I brought a more breathable mask this time, so hopefully I'm not running out of breath. I'll be brief. I just kind of wanted to echo what John with JKJ Processing has said, and just to thank you for listening to us. And it's encouraging to know that we are in a city that has a city council that actually listens to its constituents, and I appreciate you all taking the time and putting forth the effort to do the due diligence before, making a decision on an ordinance that has, best intentions, I know, but unintended consequences. So just wanted to thank you. I've been in touch with Aubrey and Debbie. They have my contact information. Again, Blake Cantrell, CEO of the Peak Dispensary. Encourage all of you to come tour our facilities along with other people in the industry. Be happy to have you all out. Encourage you to do that before taking further action. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, those are the citizens who signed up to speak on item 10A. Councilman Griner, do you wish to make a motion? We've got a motion and a second to adopt the resolution. Cast your votes when you have a moment. Passes unanimously. All right, item 10B was, as we all know, already considered earlier in the meeting, so we will go around the horseshoe and start with Ward 1. Ward 2.
Mayor, with the items from council, whenever we speak, are we able to ask other council members questions? And specifically, I read your article, the interview.
Oh, it's me you want to
Yes,
Oh,
hi.
Sure. I yield for questions.
Okay. I appreciate that. I was just really interested in two recent articles where one, the Oklahoman interviewed you about the Wednesday, January 6th event at our nation's capital. And I was just wondering if you might speak to your comments, I just feel as the leader of our city, it might be worth hearing more from you than it even is from me at this moment.
Well, I'll try to be very brief. Thank you. The events on January 6th, I felt, and I feel a lot of people felt this way, obviously were an act of domestic terrorism that echoed things we have seen up close here in Oklahoma City before. And I think it dovetails with the other comments you alluded to, that we have to start from fundamental truths if we're ever going to avoid those types of incidents. So for me, the narrative of thoughts I shared over the last few weeks did sort of follow a natural progression of talking about the need for truth and then observing what happens when some of our residents in Oklahoma or elsewhere get sucked into a different reality, and we all need to be vigilant about that. And so I think we in Oklahoma City, as I said on April 19th, bear a special burden to, I believe, call out those acts of dehumanization, those lies, before they fester and turn into the types of events we saw in 1995 or on January 6th earlier this month. How's that for extemporaneous answer to your question?
No, I appreciate you kind of walking us through your perspective. I really struggled with how to respond to January 6th, and I know I am known for talking quite a bit. And I thought to myself, as today approached, I was like, well, what if I just use this as an opportunity to kind of hear from someone else who comes from a different background from me. I mean, you're taller, I'm shorter, for instance. But I just thought it was, I don't know, that was just kind of on my head, in my mind rather, was just wanting to kind of have that dialogue with you and just kind of hear your perspective, especially because of your remarks with the bombing anniversary last year about the dehumanization of people, and then your more recent comments when it comes to what happened on the 6th. So, and I honestly also think that it's important that, I know there are some people who maybe because of my I know we're a nonpartisan body. Someone earlier mentioned that we might run on tickets. We don't, right? It's nonpartisan. But I am a more left of center person, right? And I know because I am, there are some people who are not, who tune me out when I speak on issues. And I just know that's just the reality. And so I thought it might be important for people to hear from someone who kind of comes at the world from a different, political perspective. You served in the state legislature under, the party that you did. So I thought maybe people might listen to you a little bit more than they might listen to me. So that was kind of my hope in that moment, if that makes sense.
Sure.
So I really appreciate you giving those responses. I will also say, from my perspective, y'all know I'm a student of history. I think one of the most troubling things to me about January 6th was right before the attacks on our nation's capital happened. It was actually the moment where a House member and a U.S. senator challenged the votes of people, the legitimacy of our election. And I teared up. I watched the whole thing, and I literally teared up because to see someone challenge the sacred vote in a sacred space like our United States Congress was just devastating. And as a student of history, listening to some of those people who were challenging it reference specifically the election of Rutherford B. Hayes back in the 1800s, that stands out to me, and I would really encourage anyone who might have let that particular election slip from their memory, go back. There is a Washington Post podcast series where they go president by president by president. Came out in 2016. It's just Google Washington Post and presidential. And they're maybe 30 minutes, maybe hour-long episodes at most. They're very digestible, good for a walk or a bike ride or at the gym or while you're doing dishes. Presidential, Washington Post. And she goes into the Rutherford B. Hayes election, and it's long been on my mind because, as you all remember, that was a contested election. People went behind the scenes, including Rutherford B. Hayes and his opponent, and the compromise, as you might recall, was that in exchange for presidential power, Rutherford B. Hayes would remove, and I want you to really think about this, try and put yourself back in that late 1800s moment. Rutherford B. Hayes, following the Civil War, would remove federal troops from the southern states which had seceded from our Union to form the Confederacy. That removal was devastating for two major reasons, and I would argue those two major reasons are with us right now here today. One is, if you recall, that we were in an era of Reconstruction, right? There was this moment where ministers in Atlanta had gathered with Union officials, generals, with black residents, and they asked, what can we do in the aftermath of the Civil War, not to make it right, you can't make that horror story right, but what can we do to move forward as a United States of America? And those black residents, and again, it was largely full of pastors, as you might recall, Baptist ministers, a lot of them, they said, land, access to land. And that's where we get the promise of 40 acres and a mule. To have land, to be able to tend it, and have that mule to help us do the work. It's truly the American promise of being the individual who has a home and security and shelter, right? That was the one part of it. The next part of it was the passage, not just of the 13th Amendment, remember ending slavery, the 14th Amendment that granted citizenship to black folk, anyone born in the country, but that 15th Amendment, which specified that black men should have access to citizenship in forms of access to the ballot. When that Rutherford B. Hayes contested election takes place, the removal of federal troops had effects on two things. One, the rebuilding of the South, which had been bombed. I mean, we were in a war. And the idea was to rebuild the South's infrastructure. Don't let that be abstract. We're talking about our cities and our towns in the South. We removed federal troops from that reconstruction process. So if you've ever wondered why sometimes the infrastructure is behind in certain parts of our country, that is part of the answer. Because the second thing was also removing those federal troops, removed protections for those newly enfranchised black men who could vote. It removed protections. I want you to think about, and the citizen who spoke earlier kind of helped set the stage for this. Just imagine you're walking in to cast your vote, but right before you can, someone in a white robe with a gun or a burning cross or a noose is there to prevent you from doing so. That's why those troops were necessary, was for the protection of an American being able to exercise the franchise. When we removed those troops, we set our country back 100 years in terms of black men being able to vote. Remember, we weren't even talking about black and brown women yet, or white women being able to vote. We weren't even there yet, right? But in this moment, we removed the constitutional protections of that 15th Amendment. And in not truly rebuilding the infrastructure of the South, we set them back as well in terms of our schools, our roads, our sewage lines, our water lines, all of that stuff. And it wouldn't be until 1964-65 with the passing of the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act that we finally made good on that promise of that access to the ballots. That's 100 years of terror, where the Klan got to roam around this country willy-nilly, got to run for office. The black men who were enfranchised after the Civil War, like Robert Smalls, who served in Congress, couldn't do that anymore. We had black men who were Congress people, governors, sheriffs. And that Rutherford B. Hayes decision, that so-called compromise that a couple weeks ago, some Republican senators cited as an example we should follow for contesting the 2020 election. They cited the Rutherford B. Hayes approach. And I don't know if they were just tone deaf to history. I really don't. Or if they knew exactly what they were saying. But as someone pointed out earlier about the mask mandates, one can never actually be inside the hearts and minds of someone to know their motives. So I don't know, but I am telling you the truth about what happened during that period. And this is also part of the problem. And the resident who spoke earlier worried about our way forward. That is part of the challenge for us. We have existed in alternative realities from one another. When was the last time in your school classes you remember talking about Rutherford B. Hayes or Robert Smalls? Do you remember that? Because we did not. I did not know who Robert Smalls was until the 2014 PBS documentary, Many Rivers to Cross, that I have recommended time and time and time again from this horseshoe. Didn't know who he was. Oh, and how brave he was too, because during the Civil War, he commandeered a Confederate ship and made its way to the Union under threat of death, and with no promise that the Union would accept him in terms of a freed slave. So, that's what black excellence looks like. That's what that looks like. So, that is a terrifying thing to hear a United States senator get up in front of our people and cite that election as proof of how we should move forward. That is truly terrifying. That is terrifying. That is a horrifying idea. And then you get to the 1964, 1965 moment with the Voting Rights Act and Civil Rights Act, and I guess have one question. When has this country invested in its infrastructure in a way that really makes good on the promise of Reconstruction? How y'all like driving on your roads? They feel good? Think of everything this city has done to invest, especially better streets. It's an incredible thing that we've done. Maps is an incredible thing that we've done. We did that at the local level because we believe in ourselves. Where is the state and the federal government on this in partnering with us? Where are the good jobs, those infrastructure jobs that could come from that sort of investment, putting our people to work, rebuilding our roads, building walkability, building bike lanes, rebuilding our interstates? Those are jobs, and those are skills that our people could have if we actually connected them to career techs, community colleges, so that they are plumbers and electricians and these things. I speak from the perspective of a teacher who has watched for so long us not giving purpose to our students. And our purpose should be the rebuilding of this country and putting people back to work and truly, truly, truly making sure that people have access to the middle class, the security of a home, that ask that people had in the aftermath of the Civil War. Until we reckon with this history, I'm sure there are some people right now listening to me who are just like, what is that kid talking about? He is making that up. Please go research for yourself. And when you do the research, here's what I always tell my comp students. 3 different sources of information, 3 different sources. And try and find someone from the left of center perspective, the center perspective, and the right perspective. And if you were just listening to the left, if you were just listening to the right, I hate to tell you that's a problem. That's solipsism. That is an echo chamber. And if you're sitting there going, no, I'm right, I'm only reading Breitbart, I'm only reading OANN, I'm only reading Newsmax, or I'm only reading Daily Kos, that is a problem because it's reaffirming what you already know as opposed to challenging what you know. I didn't know a lot of the presidential history until I went through those podcasts. And then I went to other sources to kind of verify some of those things. That's what I would challenge all of us to do right now. We have to understand that the protests we saw last summer, 93 to 94% of them peaceful, by the way. We know that from research. They were asking us to fulfill the promise of that 13th Amendment, that 14th Amendment, and that 15th Amendment, and quite frankly, extending that to the women who were denied a role in those 3 amendments. That's been really heavy on my mind, very, very heavy on my mind. I would also say the anti-government rhetoric. You should know that the very vice presidency of the Confederacy, that man did not believe he was a racist, and he did not believe the Civil War was about slavery. I want you to let that hang out in your head for a second. The vice president of the Confederacy did not believe that war was about slavery or about racism. He thought it was about, ready, the tyranny of the federal government. If this sounds familiar. That's the legacy. That's what's going on. And I would just say to anybody who's out there right now who might not normally listen to me because you know where my perspective is, please always know that I go multiple perspectives. I listen to Left, Right, and Center as a podcast every week. I read stuff like National Review and Wall Street Journal, in addition to PBS NewsHour and NPR and The Economist. I would just really challenge everybody to do a little bit more homework here, because the federal government is only as good as the people we put in there. The state government is only as good as the people we put in there. Your school boards are only as good as the people you put in there. Your city council is only as good as the people you put in there. Those institutions are not inherently one thing. They are what we make them. And that's what we've got to start telling people. They are what we, the people, make them. They are not just the federal government is inherently evil or inherently good. So that would be my comments on that. It's a messy response, what I just said to what happened on January 6th, but it's been a messy last couple hundred years. So, thank you.
Thank you. Ward 3? Wait, Larry, hold on one second. You're not mic'd. I want to make sure. Are you getting that, Francis? All right, now you're on, I think.
Yeah, that says you're on. Should be good. Go ahead.
We on?
Yes.
Thank you. There's a proverb that says, any story sounds true until someone comes and sets the record straight and tells the other side. And if you can sum up what James was talking about, he was encouraging all of us to seek out the other side to see if we can discern what is truth in the middle of a muddled and confusing situation, and then act on that for the betterment of our people. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ward 4?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to point out real quickly that although it was buried a little bit today, we did approve some funding. It's going to be great funding and well needed for Peebly Road as well as South Choctaw Road. So I get a couple calls in those areas, and it's going to be nice to see these projects get done. Thanks.
Thank you. Ward 6? Ward 7?
Yes, I have a few things. First, I want to begin with the virtual parade that was held on yesterday. And I do want to thank the OKC MLK Coalition for their efforts to ensure safety for our residents by doing a virtual parade. And it was very informative and educational in a lot of aspects. And one of the main aspects, in my opinion, of that is bringing reference to our businesses, our Black businesses and entrepreneurs that you normally would not see participating in our parade. And you got to virtually hear and understand their business. And now, with us hearing and seeing, we can support. So I would encourage everyone who did not get to watch on yesterday, you still have an opportunity because it is still online. There were a lot of great nuggets, per se, of information and even history relating to the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King. And I want to continue, every year I'll bring it up, and I don't care, to reference that there were 2 times that he made a visit to Oklahoma. And not many states can say that, but we can. And that's a piece of our history we should continue to embrace and speak truth to. In both of those places, well, one place in particular he visited twice, and that was the Calvary Baptist Church. Once in 1953, when he was a young man who was asked to come and try out, per se, for this church that is located on 2nd and Walnut. They told him no because he was too young. The next year, he went to become the pastor of Dexter Avenue Baptist Church in Montgomery, Alabama. And a year after that is when he led that city in the Montgomery bus boycott. So he was too young for us, but it obviously, it was meant for him not to be here because he had other things he needed to do. He came back in 1960, and I'm going to assume that was at the request of Ms. Clara Luper. And the reason I say that is because there was a freedom rally established for 2 days. It happened in 2 places, in Tulsa and one in Oklahoma City. And with that, there is one rare photo, maybe a couple, but one in particular that I have found on the History Center's website in their archives of just his face. And obviously he was in the middle of speaking. And that brought great reference to me to understand of the work that has been taking place and that has been done. And consider 3 years after that visit is when we had the March on Washington. So he was very influential and very intentional in the reasons that he was here and the things that happened afterwards. So I also was asked to speak on Sunday at a local church about the holiday and how it came to be. And when I did my research, I mean, growing up, that's what we celebrated. But because I hadn't been born yet, I didn't understand the great sacrifice. This great sacrifice took place 4 days after his assassination, where Congressman Conyers, if I'm not mistaken, and I had to do 2 speeches, so my mind is just everywhere right now. But there was a congressman who introduced this legislation 4 days after his assassination and reintroduced it every single year until it was officially passed in 1983. It took that long for us to acknowledge Dr. King as a federal holiday for our country. Even with that, it brings the knowledge of the first time it was acknowledged as far as our country as a whole acknowledged it, and that happened in 1986. So it was passed in 1983, and the day after it was signed by President Reagan, Coretta Scott King penned the words, "This is not a Black people's holiday. This is a holiday for America," for us to remember and honor the legacy of Dr. King. 3 years later, the first holiday was acknowledged, and the theme for that was living the dream. As we look at where we are we really living the dream? And I ask that because of what did take place on January the 6th. And I have deep frustration with folks who challenge the very things that he stood for by voting against it. When we talk about the Reconstruction, when we talk about the Civil War, I reference Hiram Revels, who was the first senator in that Reconstruction era, African American. I also think about conversations that happen here in the state, Indian Territory, because people migrated from the South to come to Indian Territory during that time, intentionally, because they wanted freedom. They wanted to be seen as a person. So I'll be skipping around, but the conversation as it has been presented in different things and platforms that I've read is our founding fathers wanted this, our founding fathers wanted that. But for who? Because when I look in the mirror, it wasn't for me. When I look at and think of history, Black folks weren't even defined as a person. And we were still waiting for women to get rights. So clearly, I was inexistent when our founding fathers made any decisions pertaining to independence. It happens 100 years after, when we have Frederick Douglass, when we have Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, when we have Sojourner Truth, all of these others who come to the table and say, we want rights. voting rights for African Americans and women. While women continued that struggle and African Americans, it was received for them before us, even though it was on the books for us before them. And now we have the nerve to again challenge the system and rights of folks who fought to get us to the ballot. And I also referenced the other day when I spoke, Dr. King, there's a particular speech, a prayer that he says in 1957 with the phrases, "Give us the ballot." And I encourage everyone to read that because it references then, per se, the decision of Brown versus Board of Education from a couple years earlier, and where we are now in reference to the things and the decisions that have been made pertaining to our history that took place. So as we continue to think through the insurrection and the things that happened, I want us to be careful of how we reference and understand what happened and what took place. Because we all know that had that been a different group with a little more melanin, we would not have seen that same outcome. And I think that's the devastating part about what took place. And I think we all know that. There's no secret to that. We know it. And it was unfortunate that I know for myself and Councilperson Cooper, people were reaching out to ask us if we were safe as elected officials on that day because of what took place on a federal, on a national level to ensure the safety of us local elected officials in that same realm and scope of what took place. And I was terrified for our community on Sunday because we were expecting a lot of other things a lot of disruption to take place. While we are thankful it did not happen, our eyes are still open to the potential of anything. And that's where I just get frustrated in the same realm of being able to ask questions and not being able to get the answers that I desire as far as how we move through those processes of ensuring comfort for residents. Because as long as they're uncomfortable, I'm gonna let you know, we're all gonna be uncomfortable. And that is coming from a place of we can do better by the people in our communities, and we should do better by the people in our communities. So I'll leave that particular comment and that conversation there with Dr. King. But again, the virtual parade, I do want to commend the great work that was put forward in that effort, and just seeing the diversity of that was really beautiful, and I encourage everyone to look at it. Now on to speaking of some of the things we have in our community. Our fifth quarter, I just want to commend them. They have released a calendar. I didn't bring it with me because I don't know if it's really just suitable for everybody. Yeah, but it's the fifth quarter, and I'm happy and proud that they put this forward because this is for them to renovate their space. So I would encourage, and it puts names to our firefighters who are in our community and who serve all across the city that we probably had not seen or knew. This is the type of work that they do in the public service aspect. So I would encourage everyone to go to fifthquarterfirefighters.com to support this effort and to support what they're wanting to do as far as that space is concerned. Now, I'll wear my Her Story mask today in honor of tomorrow. And as a number 2, second elected woman, black woman, woman of color, however you want to put it, and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris being the number 2 senator, number 2 African American, We share a lot of seconds. And although she is the first for tomorrow, I think it's but she will be the second in command. So I guess there's still a lot of seconds involved. I think this does speak to the importance and significance of the election that actually took place, instead of us trying to invalidate it. And as we look at also her story of our females and women that have come forward in our communities, in our city, this is a victory to all that have been a part of any fabric of making sure our city has representation of women. So we're thankful for that. My last thing is, I have two more, sorry. I know we looked at, I want to congratulate our new hire for diversity, equity, and inclusion. But I also pause to say this, that we talked about this in April of 2019. This was supposed to be executed in our the budget after that. And here we are, 2021, now saying we did it. So while it's done, my question is, was it truly a priority? And as we look at the money that could possibly be going to Tulsa, as far as the Scissortail request that CDC has been asking for, that's where my concern and question is, because I understand there was some money that could possibly going to Tulsa that's in our purview, that we have the opportunity to continue to keep. And in my opinion, instead of a Kiva program, this is where that money could have went to actually invest in our small businesses and in our community. So we should definitely look at what that looks like. And with that, I know we'll be talking more about the small business continuity in the programs, so I'm eager to hear how that has benefited our community.
Just briefly, two things. Last week, Peter Holloway passed away from COVID-19 complications. For those of you that did not know him, he was an icon in the restaurant industry in and around Oklahoma City. Well thought of, well respected. He was also at the same time when he died from the COVID-19 complications, he was fighting a great battle against cancer in Oklahoma City and Houston. And the reason I want to mention his name is, number one, my thoughts and prayers are with his family. But number two, when he's in the middle of this battle, he picked up the phone and called me to thank me for the mask ordinance. And it's something I will always remember. Secondly, on a lighter note, James, you might find this interesting. The Metropolitan Library System announced last week that we had a record-breaking 2020 with 20 million digital books being checked out by our libraries. So kids, parents, readers, keep checking out the books, please. Thanks.
May I just add to that? I thank you for mentioning about the library. I didn't know, but is this on? Yeah. If you all go to Hoopla, Hoopla, we can stream any movies that they have available in the Metro Library System. Documentaries. So my students this semester are going to be streaming that Many Rivers to Cross. I didn't know about it. It's free service. So Hoopla, everybody. Thanks for letting me know about the 20 million number. That's incredible.
I think Libby is another one through the library system too. Libby, Libby, that you can download and check out different things through the library system as well. And don't forget about the bingo they have going on. So there's some incentive for you, council person. To get to reading so we can get those mugs. They're beautiful.
All right, that concludes items from council. We're now at item 11, city manager reports.
Yes, Joanna McSpadden is here, our Economic Development Manager, to give us an update on the Small Business Continuity Program.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Joanna McSpadden with the Finance Department. So the current program that we still have open is the Minority-Owned Business Program. We have closed out all of the previous rounds. We're completed with all of the funding for those. And thanks to the extension that we received last month, we are able to continue the work with those applicants on the Minority-Owned Business Program. We're continuing to touch base with them to receive missing information, get clarifications, get all of the things that we need to do to approve as many as we possibly can. So just a little bit of data on the program. So we received about 350 applications. 300 of those were for reimbursements for lost revenues. About 100 were for retrofits, and about 80 were for technical assistance. And if that doesn't add up to 350, you could apply for more than one program at a time. So it's not a perfect math equation there. About 100 of those have been determined to be ineligible for various reasons. They're outside Oklahoma City. They've already had all of their losses covered by other programs, et cetera, those types of things. This equates to about 30% of the total applications received, and I thought it was interesting. I looked up this morning for round 1, we had an ineligibility rate of about 40%, and round 2 had an ineligibility rate of 48%. So I think we're getting maybe better with kind of the communication of, you know, how to apply and how you qualify and those types of things. So I thought that was interesting. The current status of the program, we've approved 97 applicants for reimbursement, so that's 97 of the 300 for $1.8 million. And we've approved 22 for retrofit and technical assistance each. Retrofit totaling $350,000 and technical assistance totaling $210,000. And we continue to work through this program, so I don't really have a closing summary until we're finished kind of working with the applicants that we're still communicating with. So, but I'd be happy to answer questions if you have them.
Yes. Is it possible to get information on the applicants who applied and who received?
The applicants who applied and were what?
Who received?
Who received? Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you for this update. Would it be possible, y'all know I like my infographics, would it be possible to get like some sort of graphic with this data?
Sure. Yeah, I'll work on something.
That'd be wonderful. And for my own clarification ahead of time, the 1.8 was the total number, or was that just for the lost revenue?
The 1.8 was just for the reimbursement piece. Yeah, so that's the lost revenue.
And then 350 for the retrofit, and then 210 for the technical.
Correct.
Okay, and 30% were ineligible, which is 100 total.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you all.
That's it?
That's all we have.
All right. That concludes city manager reports, which brings us to item 12, citizens to be heard. And we have one who signed up to speak, Michael Washington. That concludes our agenda. We'll move on to item 13, adjournment. Thank you.